Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to the minigame podcast. Today is Wednesday, March 19th. We'll do about an hour warm up and then we'll jump into the video game news. So, I'm pretty sure I lost that page that I was going to introduce, and I need to actually add about 3 or 4 new pages to all of the tabs that I have open by default. It's just in Firefox, at least, you can have multiple pages open up when you open a new window as far as your home pages by just pushing the bar symbol, which, if you're not familiar with the bar symbol, it is on my keyboard when you hold shift backslash. That is a straight line bar. So you can have multiple URLs as your homepage and open multiple tabs, and I am pushing it to the limits of realistic use in that I am opening quite a few tabs, but I'm gonna need to add some more. Weirdly, in Firefox also, you kind of have to put them backwards, at least with the plugins I have installed, so maybe my plugins are doing something there. I'm gonna be scrolling down the SteamDB's 24-hour peak concurrent chart here as I talk. But yeah, there's several more pages I need to add as far as the Steam charts, Steam hardware review charts. Even though those only really get updated once a month, that it might as well be consistent and just show it very quickly. And I wanted to use the page that I'm talking about that would show what I've been playing lately. That way it would also refresh me, because honestly right now I'm so scattered brained and doing so many different things at the same time, when I am actually accomplishing anything, which is actually very rarely. This looks new. That I could easily see myself just forgetting what I had played or what I talked about in the last stream. So I'm gonna go ahead and assume that I talked about Kathy Rain. Really did not like that game, and then I started to play a game from 2012, or at least it feels like there is a 5 years later re-release on Steam from 2012 called the Blackwell Legacy. There are about 5 games with Blackwell in the name. They are a series. They are not numbered. It is kind of hard to figure out the order of them. And so it's an Adventure Game Studio game, and I played it all the way through once just using the Steam launcher. That was a mistake. I should have used ScumVM. There's some major audio problems with the Blackwell Legacy, in that the 5-year remake, it says in the commentary, changed the main voice actresses completely. The main voice actress the voice actress herself was replaced, and so all the lines of dialogue were replaced, and everybody else in the game, of which it's a short game, barely 5 hours for a point and click, which arguably maybe shorter point and clicks should have existed in the old days, and maybe that would have helped them stay around and maintain a higher level of popularity instead of being the very niche products they are now, where Kathy Rain, I think, is probably a full example of this. This is like the first time I think I've ever seen a free demo make it into the top 100. But yeah, I think Kathy Rain had a whole Kickstarter behind it and really tried to get the maximum amount of point and click fans to pay for the development of Kathy Rain before it was even released. I found, despite the audio issues, in that it sounded like everybody had different voice recording and none of the voice recording was done well, and there is no settings outside of ScumVM to adjust the audio at all. So I could not hear a lot of lines of dialogue over the music. The music composition is a little weird too, but kind of like uniquely. It's like experimental music, and to an extent that you just really wouldn't hear anywhere else unless you're deep into the underground scene of experimental music. Particularly in the apartment in the Blackwell Legacy, there is a song that is playing where you have a more percussion based drum set that is playing at one tempo, and then you'll just get these occasional very soft piano notes at a different tempo, and it just kind of feels like there's two songs being played on top of each other, that the tempos don't line up, and the instruments themselves don't really complement each other, which I'm not an expert at music. I barely even understand it, but that definitely seems weird and experimental. The more annoying thing I guess about the music is it is just such an old game on such an old technology that when you enter an area, the song starts playing. When you leave the area, the song stops and another song starts playing. There are considerably very few locations in the Blackwell Legacy. And where I was completely disappointed with Kathy Rain in that the first 3 hours don't even really tell you that this is going to be a supernatural story. The Blackwell Legacy, basically from the first scene, and implies and foreshadows that it's going to be a supernatural story. You're seeing the ghost companion character. He's on the front title image, and you meet up with him fairly quickly in the whole experience, maybe an hour into the game. And after that point, it is completely supernatural in its element. And I would also say the ending is very unsatisfactory in Kathy Rain. The ending is slightly better in the Blackwell Legacy, although what makes the ending less satisfactory than normal in the Blackwell Legacy is just that there really is too short of a game there. You get introduced to this idea of a bad ghost, and when you get introduced to the idea of the bad ghost, that really could have led to a deeper conspiracy or something more being discovered, or just, dispersing with the bad ghost and then moving on to another thing, another case. For instance, there was 2 characters in the Blackwell Legacy that are just background side characters, Kelly and Adrian. What you could have had happen there is that Kelly and Adrian would have died in some new mystery that would have been connected to the previous mystery. There just isn't really a twist in the game, and that's why the game is so short. Both Kathy Rain and the Blackwell Legacy are very Route 1. There is no moon logic, there's no silliness. Maybe the Blackwell Legacy has a little bit of moon logic in that it gives you some pills at some point and you have to put it in a dog biscuit, but that's basically the only time you even interact with anything in your inventory. It definitely feels like the Blackwell Legacy was made by someone who had, I now know, probably only made one demo of a game before. But yeah, it is very interesting that the entirety of the Blackwell Legacy is really finding conversation topics and having them in your notebook, and then you have to combine conversation topics in your notebook to move on to new conversation topics, and one of the puzzles around that was kind of cheaty. And he says in the 5 years later commentary, which the game really has 2 commentaries, and when you beat the game you also get a code that unlocks bloopers in the audio, which, I mean, again, the audio is just terrible there, and I don't know if it's just my headphones or what, but when particularly one of the bloopers is when they're discussing the ending of the game, which would seem to be more of a director's commentary thing than a blooper, and of the 2 people in the room I can only hear one of them, and there's not even any music playing at that point. It's just one person was far away from a microphone and there was only one microphone in the room, type situation. Just severely less than professional on the level. That being said, I can definitely suggest playing the Blackwell Legacy and recommend it playing it once. You probably don't need to go through the commentary, even though I'm going to do that anyways, because the game is so short and it's just not gonna ever compare to something like Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, in that it's just not got that budget, it doesn't have that length, and it's just not that gonna be that memorable. That being said, maybe you play all 5 of the Blackwell games and combined you think of that as one game, and since all of the games seem to be selling for less than $2 as far as the Blackwell games go, that is very reasonable price tag, maybe $10 at most for 5 small point and clicks, almost in an episodic fashion. Whereas I think Kathy Rain probably was selling for about $10 for one game, and while it was longer, it was mostly longer doing unfun things, and it gave me a bad or worse story. Plus, Kathy Rain Director's Cut is at minimum another $3 to get the Director's Cut instead of it just being updated. So yeah, I really can't recommend Kathy Rain. And I think that's all I've been playing, other than cell phone games, which are still draining way too much of my time. Playing Pokemon TCG, trying to make slow bits of progress to get all those cards, and playing Memento Mori to do the dailies on that, and still playing Ants Underground, although every time I do play it, I certainly think in the back of my mind I'm approaching a point where I'm going to stop playing it. What really I think is going to end up happening is that I'm going to run out of things to upgrade that are quick, and it will get to a point where your 3 potential upgrades that you have without spending any money are going to be used on a daily basis, and it's going to take 12 to 24 hours to upgrade things, and it's just going to get slower and slower, which I'm not really a huge fan of. That kind of concept in games is to just increasingly add wait timers, or increasingly have unimportant things that you can add to your, in this case, ant colony, that are just mostly aesthetic and take a lot of time to build, which so far I haven't seen a lot of that. But yeah, the theme itself around Ants Underground is not really attractive to me, so eventually I will just stop playing it. Let's start looking at this day in history instead now. Otherwise, as far as non-video game stuff, I'm still also watching a lot of Cracking the Cryptic, and occasionally 2 or 3 times a day engaging in trying to solve Sudoku variants from Cracking the Cryptic, which I am normally failing miserably on and not really getting any faster or any better with it, that is probably adding 2 to 3 hours of wasted time per day. And I'm watching Psych on Amazon Prime Video still. I'm up to, I think, season 7 now. The end of season 6 ended on a cliffhanger with the father being shot, which even the ending in that kind of seriously sounding episode was really a parody episode. So yeah, they definitely have leaned very heavily over the course of season 6 into parody, while also heavily leaning into Sean and Jules being in a relationship, and now they are even teasing in season 7 to the point where Sean is considering being married to Jules, and Sean is starting to become less silly in many situations. So I guess there is a danger of the series getting a little too serious. Over season 6, they introduced the idea of Sean just boob tapping Guster, which still would be, under most laws, considered sexual assault, even if it is guy on guy, like tapping / grabbing the breasts or boobs of a man is still unwelcome and can easily be considered sexual touching. But I think that they're definitely playing it silly, and in later episodes you have Guster and Sean both boob tapping each other, and that leads into more of them rewriting their gay jokes, which, man, I'm really surprised by just how much of Psych is around gay jokes. In the early seasons, it's gay panic. Oh, this person's gay. Oh, that's negative in some way. Now, by season 6, they've rewritten it so that they're not calling other people gay, and they are now increasingly hinting at that Sean and Guster are so into each other, and their relationship is with each other as friends, that they might be gay. Which I wouldn't be surprised if, like, the last episode of the whole series might have been, in more modern times, that they fully admitted and realized that they were in love with each other and gay. But there is also very much I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry danger in between that, where they would have just a parody episode where they fake being gay together for some reason to go to investigate a murder at a gay retreat or something like that. But they are at least internalizing the joke and making it more about themselves instead of random off one-shot characters that just show up for one episode. Lassiter is becoming more silly too, so they're really losing any sense of there being a straight man and there being any seriousness in the story, which really hurt, I think, when the season 6 season 7 two-parter happens. That felt like that was supposed to be a much more serious thing, and it doesn't really feel serious, as serious as it could be, because Psych, every other episode has just established that no episode is actually going to be that serious, which that's fine. It's just, then why try to do a serious episode in the first place? So yeah, that is basically the only thing I've been watching other than Invincible and Severance. which I just saw that Severance is going to have like a season finale that's like 72 minutes long. Which, okay. They've also announced that they're going to do a season 4 of Ted Lasso, or Ted Laszlo? Yeah, Ted Laszlo. Which is probably Apple TV realizing that they had a good thing going and they did not invest enough into other good things. Which, yeah. It would be interesting to see the Apple TV and Apple themselves just invest very heavily in TV production and movie production to try to make it more of a thing, but I don't see any reason why they really have to invest heavily. They have an audience that will pay for Apple TV with them making a bare minimum of content. It definitely feels like they are going for more of a HBO old school way of production, in that HBO would make 1 or 2 shows that are big budget and get people talking and get them awards, but then HBO never really tried to be in extended cable or tried to have a lineup that was so good that your average person would pay for it extra. Yeah, I imagine 30% of cable owners actually got HBO, and then yeah, it was really more of a rich snobs extension thing. Yeah. Whereas, yeah, I would prefer Apple TV to try and be, I guess, more like what Disney Plus is trying to do, which is create a lot of content. Hulu's not really creating any content, because why would they? They're either completely owned by Disney now, or they're about to be completely owned by Disney. And second thought, Apple TV is not really trying to create, I mean, Amazon Prime Video is not trying to really create new content, and Netflix is creating new content, but from what I hear, as far as I've seen some headlines around reviews of the most recent Netflix movie, The Electric State, apparently is absolute garbage. So, and we've definitely heard that story multiple times as far as Netflix shoveling out really bad quality content. And honestly, they're not even making enough content at that point if their whole approach was going to just be a shotgun approach. And then, of course, I'm not even watching like over-the-air TV or cable, so I have no clue what might be happening on those, but I don't hear anybody talking about any ABC, NBC, Fox shows. So I imagine nothing is happening there too. TV is dying a slow death, and TV and movies are becoming less and less entertaining. And for a video game podcast, this is perhaps foreshadowing where a lot of AAA developers and publishers are going to go to, is that they are going to stupidly go down the exact same route and make less and less content. We've seen that happen, certainly, in the past few years. Spend more and more money on tentpole TV shows like Game of Thrones or so many other video games. And then when those tentpole shows fail to do what a tentpole should do, which is fund the development of other content, the whole concept falls apart. Like, the idea of a tentpole is to hold up a tent just slightly above the heads of a human being. Game development is now making tentpoles that are several stories higher than the height of a human being for no reason, and thus it's just costing so much to make these quadruple A games that there is no money for there to be any other things in the tent. It is a sheet over a stick, not a tent pole. I don't know if there's a better analogy to use there, but the only slight saving grace we have as far as video games is that the barrier to entry to make video games is getting less and less, and the barrier to publication of video games is getting less and less, whereas the barrier to publication of movies is exactly the same, because the movie theaters own a significant portion, the movie production companies own a significant portion of the movie theaters, and so and independent theaters aren't really, there really isn't a great system for an independent theater to find indie movies and convince people to go see those indie movies. There's just a lot more that you have to do to put a movie on a theater screen than there is to put a game on Steam, for instance. So we do have that supporting foundation in which indie developers can release something slightly different, but that argument is heavily undercut by the fact that most people don't play these small indie games or don't know about the small indie games. Steam is certainly not a perfect recommendation algorithm, and we'll see that here. The spring sale is still going on. I did find that there was a piece of DLC that I didn't get for the Talos Principle 2, and I think what I'll do is probably wait. I probably will play the Talos Principle 2, but it will give me a nice excuse to come back to it later. I suspect if it's like the Talos Principle 1, there will be enough puzzles to satisfy me and saturate my patience in the main game, and then the DLC will be better appreciated maybe 6 months or later, where I'm not just overwhelming myself with too many of the same kind of puzzles over and over again. But yeah, clearly I dropped the ball by not making sure every game didn't have some DLC that I was buying, which, yeah, I'm gonna have to be careful about that going forward. And yeah, I might end up buying the DLC at a higher price. It's only like, I think, 33% off right now anyways, because I think it's relatively new. They are basically convincing me to buy games that are slightly newer, both because there aren't that much more things to get. That there aren't that many new games to get, and there's not that many old games that I even want to play. Well, if I ever got around to playing Fallout 4, would I ever buy Fallout 76 as an open world multiplayer game? I mean, I would just never play it. I don't think... Yeah, I've already earned all the stickers here. There's no reason to go through the Discover queue. Clearly during this sale there's a lack of emphasis on going through the Discover queue. which the discovery queue is the only thing that they've really added to throw a bone to the idea of promoting newer games, smaller games, whereas everything else is just competing on the front page. And scrolling down here today on the front page, I am seeing a lot of the exact same things that I saw last time I looked at the front page, and the time before then, and the time before then. So, like, they're if they were giving equal promotion to every single game on Steam, every time you would come to the front page, you'd see completely different games, and you'd have to come back or refresh the page multiple times before you would see the same game twice. But clearly it doesn't work that way, and it probably is better it doesn't work that way, because also if they were just randomly picking games on the front page, you would get a lot of garbage games thrown in your face, things that you would never be interested in looking at. Suppose that is an interesting thought. If I was to copy this and then open a private window and then paste and go to Steam, let's look at what Steam looks like when you're not logged in and there are no cookies in comparison. So there are just about the same games being promoted, but perhaps several games here that I've already seen multiple times. So yeah, things like Tabletop Simulator, which I already own, not being promoted to me. Way Out being promoted, which I don't think I own that. Robocop being promoted. So yeah, interesting visual novel games don't seem like that was promoted. I'm seeing a slight difference here in a private window compared to what is being recommended to me, but it's only slight. Like Suikoden still here, Nubby's Number Factory still being promoted here. And interesting, in a private window, because there are no recommendations, you literally just scroll down to this point and that is it. You can see they've got a Blue Sky link, I think. Yeah, on top of Facebook and X. So yeah, a slightly different experience when you're signed out, but not an amazingly different experience. Almost everything is the same, which I would assume all of these games are paying for promotion in the sense that they're willing and allowing their games to be discounted, at the very least, if they aren't straight up paying for promotion overall. This is coming out tomorrow. So that might be some big news on Friday's stream. And then let's see if we've got any refurbished Steam Decks available. No, we don't. Now certainly is not the time to think about doing projects, but I did see somebody had made a family planner using a Raspberry Pi and a touchscreen that would put up a calendar and also act as a digital photo frame. Apparently there's two softwares that they suggest using. One called DACboard, which I don't think uses Google Photos, integrates with Google Photos, and has some limitations in that you really can only use the free version on like one screen. So realistically, without ending up paying for a license, maybe even an annual fee, DACboard feels like it's no good. And then there's a Magic Mirror 2 or Magic Mirror Squared program that's more open source that will use Google Photos. Both of those softwares will use iCloud. In looking at that, though, if you're going to put a Raspberry Pi on the touchscreen and have something that has like a family planner, calendar, daily activities, and also act as a digital photo frame, there is a decent argument to instead put a Raspberry Pi on the screen and install Home Assistant, because I'm pretty sure there's a plugin in Home Assistant that would make the wallpaper of a Home Assistant dashboard a Google Photos or iCloud Photos, which I imagine you could make a dashboard that has like no visible buttons and then would just show the pictures on the wallpaper as if it was just showing the pictures. Then maybe you'd have like a little X in the corner that would then bring you to a second sub menu for Home Assistant. Why do I suggest Home Assistant? Because if you're going to do that kind of nerdy project and have a Raspberry Pi running all the time anyways, why not do Home Assistant smart home setups, or at least have that as an option without having to reinstall everything and start over from scratch. And if you're going to have a touch panel, you might want the touch panel to be more useful, because I don't know if Magic Mirror or DACboard with the calendars and the daily activities would actually let you change much or change anything. So the touchscreen very well may go underutilized in both cases. So yeah, that was something I was thinking about, but again, with tariffs and everything now, electronics projects are going to be really expensive. I did see there's a show that just finished a few days ago showing off like new electronic embedded products, and there's like an MV2 camera, that might be the name of it, that was shown off. It's a small ESP based camera module designed with more onboard AI type circuitry, so potentially you could do minimal amount of object detection on the board itself. Which, yeah, I still have this project in my mind as a thought that where you could have for like museums a device that does not have a micro SD card in it, so somebody isn't going to steal that if you lend out this camera to kids, or lose it or break it, and the camera would take pictures and then just automatically upload it to a server inside the museum, to at which point you might sell prints, and more importantly you would be able to filter out any inappropriate, oh, they took the camera in the bathroom and took an inappropriate, not safe for work picture or something. So yeah, and more than likely something like that could be done with AI to detect, is there a person in this photo, is there a human in this photo, are they doing a rude gesture, middle finger or something out like that, and that could help a little bit. Inevitably, I imagine a project like that would still be a case where you're renting out cameras or lending cameras to people, kids, and they're taking photos, and then people at the photo booth are still having to look at every single photo and approve it or disapprove it for even being suggested as something that they would sell prints for or put on your social media, which that would be a big part of it too, is that if you are running a museum, you're probably not getting a lot of new things to put on your Twitter and your social media, which makes your museum feel like it's not dynamic enough and not enough things are happening. And you don't want to pay an actual photographer to come in on a weekly basis and take photos. But yeah, pretty much any organization doing anything, the social media is now pushing people to have more content and make more content. Yeah. So that is a thought. It is a thought again, because of tariffs, probably not worth buying a camera module like that. It would take a lot of programming. But the main thing is, sorry about all these phone calls. The main thing is that you don't want an SD card and you don't want a camera that would work outside of the Wi-Fi connection of the museum. So if somebody walks off with the camera, you'd want it to be pre-programmed to say on its little screen, please return to the museum, and that's all it would say. It wouldn't allow you to take photos or do anything with it. Of course, I imagine smarter people could figure out that you probably could reprogram those kinds of devices, but that's not something that could be easily avoided in any way. Yeah. So, yeah. Unfortunately, with the tariffs, pretty much everything as far as projects are on the back burner for me, and that's probably for the better, since most of these projects I don't actually finish and can be fairly expensive as far as failed unfinished projects. Technology is not growing greatly anyways. We have had no talk of a Raspberry Pi 6. The ESP chips are slowly getting bigger and better, but they are definitely at a different scale than the Raspberry Pi is, and the Raspberry Pi is at a different scale in that it is smaller than a computer, or like a laptop. So they've both embedded devices like ESPs have hit a plateau, in that if you make them more powerful, you're just going to make them more expensive, and they're still not going to be able to do much more. And then a Raspberry Pi 5 has hit a plateau where if you make it more powerful, it's just going to get more expensive, and you're still not going to be able to do much more. And particularly since RetroPie was what interested me most as far as what you do with a Raspberry Pi, the Steam Deck has completely eliminated the thought of ever suggesting the Raspberry Pi for retro gaming at this point. It is just easier to have a Steam Deck and have emulators on your Steam Deck, but by the time you get a Steam Deck, you probably aren't even going to try too hard to emulate old games because it's so capable of playing new games. Alright, and I guess we're not going to do an hour warm-up. I'm a little awake more today, I guess. A big part of that is because I slept in and only started streaming in the evening. I did stream earlier last stream and got a lot less views, so it definitely does seem like my audience is more in the evening than in the morning. So yeah, my sleep schedule is still a mess, but I am somewhat, I've had a couple days here at least where I've been awake at 9 or 10 in the morning, and so I can do a little bit during the day, or be awake a little bit during the day. Of course, I just got a likely scam call, which is mostly what I'm getting, at like 7 p.m. in the evening, so yeah, that's a weird time to get a phone call. But yeah, I guess I really haven't done much more. I'm still going through like a whole bunch of paperwork to clean and declutter my house and file taxes, so a big part of what I've done lately has just been filtering out paperwork and getting rid of a bunch of it. But yeah, in 2025, almost everything outside of tax papers should be thrown away within a month. Most bills you're probably going to run on auto pay, and thus getting paper bills is probably not even worth getting, because it doesn't likely ever lead to anything. Like, when's the last time somebody successfully contested a bill, I guess would be the real question. Is that it doesn't really happen too often, at least for me. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to, in the future, trying to reduce the amount of things I get in the mail and just have everything be emailed, e-filed, and auto-paid. And yeah, hopefully no problems arise. There's only big things like car payments, maybe car insurance, home payments, mortgage payments. Those are your big things that really matter. As far as services like water, gas, trash, internet, like, really no reason to keep those bills. Those are things you would have gotten the service for, and unless you just got crazily overbilled and didn't recognize it, there's just no reason to have those kinds of papers around. Plus, unless you're doing something crazy and being like a landlord or something, it's not like those bills, services like the internet and water and gas, are going to be involved in any way in actually filing taxes. Speaking of the US government, for a brief moment here before we go into video game news, I also saw on Reddit that Social Security is going to start demanding that you do everything in person to file for Social Security, which means a lot of old people who might want to file for Social Security, old and disabled people, are going to be severely inconvenienced to have to go to an office. They may not live anywhere near a Social Security office in the first place, and anytime a government requires in-person meetings, it runs intentionally into being a nightmare. Minimum 3-hour meetings, usually sitting in a waiting line for an hour or two. It is all the cliches of the DMV. That's basically every in-person meeting with a government organization in the United States. And there's just going to be a lot of people who won't want to tolerate that, and there's going to be a lot of people that won't be able to tolerate that. You may very well have stories of old people dying in poorly air-conditioned waiting rooms while trying to apply for Social Security. And clearly that is something that has been implemented just to try to inconvenience more people than it really is going to accomplish anything else. Like, it's not really going to stop fraud at any real level. I doubt there really is that much real level fraud, and I imagine the largest amount of Social Security fraud would be people dying or people stealing people's identities, both of which aren't going to people dying and still collecting checks. Their families still collecting checks after they die is probably the most amount of fraud. And as far as stealing people's identity, if you're going to steal somebody's identity, you just are still probably going to show up in person with the exact same fake documents to prove that. Anyways, that's not video game related though. So let's go through Video Games Chronicle. I worked on my macros a little bit more, which I'm saying that every stream now. And yeah, I'm making small bits of progress, but still not really getting it. What I've resolved to realize here is that just at times, the tabs will be unloaded from memory, is what it feels like Firefox is doing. And perhaps I need to figure out a better way of stopping that. I may very well just need to install a plugin that prevents tabs from sleeping, and then that would fix everything. But yeah, if I right click on a tab and reload it, not hit the reload button, it usually will reload it into memory and then let the macro find the tabs that it's going to. And so to try to avoid that, I'm making a function that will be run by multiple parts of the macro that will just look for a window, and if it fails to find a window, a tab, then it's going to refresh the tab and see if that fixes it. And if that doesn't fix it, it's going to go to the tab on the right and refresh that tab and see if that fixes it. And the hope here is that in most cases, the tab I'm looking for is just going to be very close to the tab that it starts on. Right. Usually it's going to be the one right to the right, or a few tabs to the right. And so it's just going to keep going in a loop, moving one tab to the right, one tab to the right. I'm pointing at the tabs, but you can't see that. Yeah. But yeah, it's just going to keep on moving over and over and over towards the right. Now, potentially that's just going to create an infinite loop at some point, at which point nothing is going to save it, and that it's just going to keep going further and further to the right by tab numbers. And yeah, I don't think anything so far that I've programmed would actually stop it from continuing to move to the right. But that is my newest thought, as I'm desperately trying to figure out some way to work around Firefox's inability to work consistently the way it should work, or UI Vision's ability. I mean, honestly, I do think this is Firefox more than it's even UI Vision's problem. And yeah, there's no moving to anything else. Because inherently I think Chromium itself is going to, the open source Chromium browser is going to adopt Manifest version 3, and that's going to stop all of the ad blockers I'm using. So even if I was to use Chromium instead of Google Chrome, or if I was to use Microsoft Edge, yeah, there's just not another browser. I think even Opera now is based off of Chromium. So Firefox kind of is the only other player. But yeah, my macros today worked only a little. Once again, maybe it got a little bit better, but still I had to open up a lot of tabs manually. Alright. So with that rambling, it's almost been an hour. VideoGamesChronicle.com. I haven't gone over the general descriptions here in a long time, but I'm also still not going to go over them because that would be a waste of time. So apparently Split Fiction players have cracked a fiendish laser hell challenge, earning an invitation to Hazelight's next game. A video from the studio head Josef Fares revealed the news to both players upon completing the stage. Which, do we have any video of them actually playing it? Yes, we do. So, I assume the lasers hurt you or kill you. And I'd assume that this is either a challenge that's completely optional or there is some other way that you end this challenge, potentially failing. If this is part of the main story, it does imply a level of nefariousness of the person who made it. And see, this clearly looks like a challenging thing, but the bigger issue, I would say, is that you really would have to have the right kind of support character playing with you. Although I don't feel, yeah, that is double, that is crazy. Double jumping, turning around. This is the kind of thing you basically would need a tool assisted speedrun for most people to accomplish. Yeah. And so there's the video playing. So clearly the people were recording and they knew they were going to try this. They probably, if they did this legitimately, which I'm going to assume they did, took multiple attempts and were recording and playing for hours, they might very well have been streaming, considering how there is all of these comments and things popping up. I would assume that that is streaming on some Japanese site, probably something like Line or something. That is perhaps a great example of putting in content to have a gimmick more than putting in content that the majority of players are going to actually be able to enjoy. I don't consider it a case that you actually are enjoying the game if you're struggling with it or unable to actually succeed and complete it. There's plenty of frustration games out there like that though, and clearly it does work. It gets headlines and it gets streamers trying to challenge those kinds of frustrating challenges. And in this case they've put what seems like only one frustration element into the game, while the rest of the game seems challenging but still doable. I can't help but wonder if we are approaching, though, the end of the line as far as talking about split fiction. Yeah, I just don't think that there's probably going to be any more things to say, and it is fairly annoying as a single player to see games like this get talked about so much and succeed so well, knowing that I'm personally just never going to actually play the game. And honestly, it's not even a attractive looking game. Yeah, as far as it looks like it's just a platformer with some story narratives wrapped around it. Next story, Square Enix is suing to stop a front mission style game releasing in the West, claiming asset theft. The publisher says assets from a cancelled game are now being used in another title. Is the name of the game that they're suing called Mecha Reishi? Well, as far as I recall, Square Enix is not particularly that Sue happy. That being said, I have definitely heard that Square Enix is kind of controlling and crazy and may very well have threatened to sue a lot of people. The stories I'm thinking of actually might be Konami stories though, so I may not even be right about that. So I wouldn't immediately dismiss this as just Square Enix trying to bully a mobile developer. Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if this was a thing where the Blackjack Studio was hired by Square Enix to make a game. The contract fell through, and they interpret the contract to say that anything they created they owned until they were fully paid by the contract from Square Enix. And so there might be a dispute on who actually owns these assets. Otherwise, this would be a lawsuit. That could be the other scenario where Blackjack Studio had no business whatsoever with Square Enix and somehow just got assets from a canceled mobile front mission game. They're trying to prevent it from releasing in the West, which tells me that it's already been released in the East, and they don't seem to have a conflict happening in the East, any kind of lawsuits happening in the East. Suit says that Blackjack deliberately and intentionally copied protectable expression from the licensed game in Metal Storm, including but not limited to mecha designs. Honestly, the idea of mecha designs being copyrightable at this point is kind of ridiculous, because if you're going to make that argument, then you're going to have to make the argument that all mechas are based off of at least things like the Gundam series, probably shows way before the Gundam series, and it is just too ubiquitous in anime as far as mecha goes, and the designs of most mecha are very militaristic and utilitarian and not particularly artistic. So yeah, character designs more artistic, game mechanics very utilitarian, and things like that. So they're calling those all creative elements. You could argue the level of creativity in a lot of them. They're looking for statutory damages of $150,000 for each copyright infringed, which that could add up quickly if it was found that any copyright was infringed. And inherently in a lot of these cases, if you just make enough claims, you'll win on at least a few claims and still end up costing a company way too much money, or you'll end up with the lawyer fees being too high. As for a gamer in society though, how do we really benefit from Square Enix doing nothing other than trying to stop somebody else from releasing a game in the West? Like, how does that benefit society or bring more art or creativity out to society? It really doesn't. It only makes an argument that Square Enix is claiming they deserve an exclusive right to not sell a game. Which I would make an argument that if you cancel the game, then those assets and things should be considered more abandonware than not, and at which point their copyrights should not be valid. It would also be fairly fair to have a copyright system that says you can only claim copyright on something that you actually released, either for free or for sale, to the public, where in this case they are arguing that they didn't release any of that to the public and still they own a copyright to it. And I don't see how that benefits society at all. It would be like if somebody got a patent for the cure for cancer and then just started suing every other company that tried to make a cure for cancer but never did anything with the patent, and never made any drugs to cure cancer. They also filed a complaint in Tokyo District Court on March 5th, so they are trying to do it in Tokyo. This game, Maelstrom, is also known as Mecha Reishi in China and Japan. Is described by Blackjack as the game's official Steam listing as a mecha-themed tactical turn-based game with customized mechs and more. Notably, the Steam description also directly mentions Square Enix's IP, describing the game as a front mission style combat system, which the word style in hyphen there actually adds a lot. Nothing really against saying your game is a certain style. You could say your game was a Mario Odyssey style game in the description. Should you? No, because you may still get sued. So once again, we have another potential lawsuit that could be very interesting if we ever get any follow-up and any resolution for it. That being said, we never really do. Let's see. Fallout 76 players are reporting a game-breaking bug that could leave players unable to complete its new Ghoul quest. The bug can also make players temporarily invisible. Which, yeah. They put out new content and it's buggy. Sounds like an Obsidian ZeniMax product to me. A new industry-wide union has been launched for all of America and Canadian developers. United Video Games Worker -CWA will launch at GDC this week. So it feels like this might be two unions merging together as one, because there was this weird situation where the there was this whole idea that there were two different unions trying to become the video game union. One being CWA, which would be the Communication Workers of America, now trying to spread out and not just be a bunch of telephone workers and operators. And then there was also, I think, UWG, UWA. I do like this logo here, this campaign for organizing digital employers, in that it looks like there's a pencil in the hand and a paintbrush and a wrench to say, hey, we are looking to organize writers and artists and programmers and consider them all equal. Noticeably though, there is no microphone in the hand, no camera in the hand. I don't know how you'd really depict that. So the SAG-AFTRA still probably will be the union that represents voice actors, and so you still are going to have an issue, even if this is a new union trying to be the one ring that rules them all. It's still not going to include the voice actors, which that's going to be kind of crazy. There is kind of a zigzag symbol on the hand. Perhaps they shouldn't go with red, in the sense that this kind of red does evoke the propaganda of communism. And unions are still fairly capitalistic in the United States and Canada, so they aren't moving towards trying to have a movement of communism in whatever form you actually could implement communism in modern times. And I think it would probably be decades before we ever saw a real union shop video game company that was owned by a union and owned by the workers. And then you have the imagery here of all the pawns. knocking down all 2 black pawns here, knocking down a king or a queen. I think that's a queen, so I'm not quite sure I get the full imagery there. You have 2 black pawns with union marks on the bottom of them, or at least they're in silhouette, knocking down. They might be white pawns, knocking down a black queen. And then you can see in the background all the higher pieces too. So the implication being that the pawns are the associate level workers and all the other pieces are management level workers. I do like how easy it is to make a controller logo, but yeah, they've turned the controller into kind of this. I mean, it kind of feels like it's a Native American on the warpath with the little dashes here, or like a bird, which, yeah, you've got a logo. I'm not sure if it doesn't look a little bit angry. Although unions may very well want to evoke anger, because that's about the only thing that that they are going to be able to play upon. And they certainly could have put a black border around these circles so it would look a little bit better. It doesn't seem like, as I scroll down here, like it really is a merger, as much as this is just the CWA trying to announce a unified union instead of locals, which in a lot of ways it feels like this is just branding announcements, and then more than anything else, because it may very well be that if you are in this union and you're working at like Activision, you might be at CVW-CWA-local 115, whereas if you're at Microsoft, you might be at CVW-CWA-local 279. So there may very well still be locals, which that's usually how it goes, is that you have locals of the union to focus on specific issues. It is kind of silly to have one mega union address all issues at the same time, because if somebody at Bethesda, if a manager at Bethesda is particularly a problem and causing, or Bethesda as a corporation is causing particularly a problem for the union workers, that issue is best handled by somebody who is going to be close to the situation, and a union, a local close to the situation and familiar with the people involved. Whereas if it was just one mega union, they may not even really focus on that issue. Yeah. One way in which unions can fail in their grievance process is for the management to not budge, and for it to be escalated to the point where your local heads of your local union are less involved, and then there is more of a regional or overall person negotiating, and maybe they're not familiar with the situation, or maybe they just don't care as much. So yeah, you have to be your best advocate in the grievance process if you have to be in the grievance process overall, which is something that that also is not talked about too much. This is the beginnings of forming a union, but the actual rules and regulation and how things go and how things are negotiated with management all usually happen in the backgrounds and don't get explained well. So it is Code CWA and CWA Union. So it's like two CWA groups merging together. And certainly the industry needs it. The video game industry has lost 25,000 jobs in the past 2 years, according to Video Games Chronicle, and that's very believable. If we must live in a capitalistic society, unions are going to be needed more and more to try and just maintain the work conditions and the amount of pay. It's getting less hopeful that unions or anybody else can even improve work conditions or the amount of pay these days. In fact, I saw something on Reddit where it has hit a point now, according to some survey, where leaving a job to get a better job is not actually leading towards getting a better pay scale. That for a very long time it has been a case where if you wanted a raise, you had to leave that job and take a different job because the corporations just were refusing to give out raises. Now that doesn't seem like that is working either. And it's been a very, very long time since corporations in general would give you raises just for being loyal and staying with the company. In the video game industry particularly, being loyal and staying with a video game company gets you basically nothing, because these video game companies don't even stay around that long before they're acquired or disbanded, and they don't care about loyalty one bit. They want new fresh-faced programmers that can be paid less and pushed to do more work. And those are the kinds of things that the union can hopefully try and fight. We'll see how it really goes. Let's see. Oh, and if we're going to talk about anti-union companies like Microsoft, which have in the past been sternly anti-union, the Activision Blizzard CEO, who left Activision Blizzard after it was acquired by Microsoft a year ago, went on a investor-friendly podcast and tried to clean up his image and seemingly exaggerated / lied about how he ran Activision Blizzard to make himself look good. It's barely video game news, though, in fairness. Like, nobody really should care about what Bobby Kotick is doing now. He's unlikely to ever come back into the video game industry. He's probably going to go off and get investors to invest in some completely different game and a completely different company in a completely different industry. So unless he makes an announcement he's got angel investors to have him form a new video game company, it's easiest just to forget Bobby Kotick as far as at least new news. Now, if somebody wants to do a retrospective on what he did in the past or reveal some of the atrocities he may have done in the past, that might be different. But following somebody's career after they're in the game industry is pretty pointless. We've seen that over and over again, in the sense that the former president of Nintendo of America has done basically nothing of importance since leaving Nintendo of America. The former Sony Interactive Entertainment boss has done basically nothing since leaving Sony Interactive Entertainment. So we've seen several of these people who still get press when they really don't have anything new to say and aren't relevant. I mean, there's a good argument that these upper level CEOs and managers weren't relevant at any point other than the things they say affecting the companies slightly. Moving on, Xbox Game Pass Standard gets a train sim and a critically acclaimed Square Enix RPG today. Octopath Traveler 2 and Train Sim World 5 have been added to the standard tier. It's interesting they're talking about the standard tier. We don't see too many articles covering that. EA Sports College Football 25 will pay athletes $1,500 each for their image. That is a 150% hike from last year, which means they were paying $100. No. That means they were getting paid $60? $600? Well, I can't do math, clearly. I don't know how 600 is 150, 1500 is 150% of 600. Because if you were going to multiply it by 10, you would have $6,000. Yeah, 150% of 600 should be $690. Even if you were to double 600 to 1200 and then add half, then you would get that. That's not 150%. I don't think the math's right. I'm going to pull out a calculator. I think they've literally done the math wrong here. Now, I am an idiot who hasn't done math in over a decade, but I do have a calculator. 600 times 150%. That didn't work. Okay. What I need to do is multiply it by 1.5, I guess. Yeah. 150% means you would move the decimal point 2 to the left. I'm pretty sure that's right in math. That would be 1.5. 600 times 1.5 is 900. If I was going to try and get it to equal what they wrote, they would have had to write times 1.5 times not percentage. Well, maybe it's just really phrased wrong. I suppose that might just be phrased in a weird way, in that the hike is 150% if you add 900 to the existing 600. Yeah. So maybe I'm just misunderstanding the headline, which is fairly common in these cases. Never get stuck in math problems, though. That's bad content creation right there. I apologize for that. So, do I think this is great money? No. How many people are in the college football league? I have no idea, but I would imagine, as far as football players go, let's assume that there's roughly 100 colleges out there in the United States. That's probably pretty low. And then let's assume that on the college football league there are, let's say, 50 players. That seems to be probably right. We know the numbers go from 0 to 99 on their backs. So a rough estimate would be 50 right in the middle. even knowing that zeros are the referees and that likely there's less than 99 players on every team, you probably could better estimate 25 players per team, more than 50 even. So yeah, 25,000 players, probably closer to 2,500 players overall, $1,000 each. You're probably playing at most somewhere around 22 million for all these likenesses. So it's not a huge investment for EA, really. But in fairness, what are they really getting? They're getting the name of a college football player who may never have any real relevance at all. And that's about it. So getting that much for a college student is probably more than they would really ever be offered anywhere else. And I imagine these prices will just start going up higher and higher, and at some point it might actually affect the cost of video games, at which point gamers are going to start pushing back on that too. So I think 1,500 is probably a good start, and I imagine a lot of college students will take that. And yeah, this is the beginning of also college students being allowed to actually earn money, where colleges have been earning money over their athletes' efforts hand over fist. The bigger story around something like this that's not very video game related is that increasingly colleges are going to fall apart as people realize that their degrees are worthless and it's not worth the money to go to them, and that the tuition is just too high. There is a desire, I imagine, of a lot of kids to still go to college. There's a percentage of kids that probably enjoy school and would like to do more of that, and there is a need for colleges, I think, for doctors and people who are going to have PhD levels of education. So the college system can't just be completely eliminated, but I imagine we will see some changes happening there. And one of the changes is going to be that if athletics isn't going to be involved in academia at all, it is going to now have to also benefit the students as well as the colleges, instead of exclusively only benefiting the colleges. Yeah, and part of the narrative I've heard is that I know at least one college has straight up announced that they are nullivating several students' degrees that participated in a Free Palestine movement, which sounds downright illegal. At a certain point, if you have a degree, if you have transcripts, it is fraudulent, for lack of a better term, for a college to say, no, we don't validate, we're not going to send out transcript requests for the students, we're not going to confirm that they actually graduated from our school and got the grades that they did earn. I mean, that definitely sounds fraudulent. There's just no other term around it. It's kind of like how the A+ certification for computer maintenance and repair does a scheme nowadays, and they've been doing it for a long time, where they invalidate your certification if you don't take a new test and continue to pay the money for testing material, and for taking the test alone, it's very expensive. It's not really a situation where they allow or encourage people to say, I'm A+ certified, but I'm inactive, which being inactive because you're A+ certified is a very different thing than being inactive if you had like a nursing certificate, where, yeah, one really matters and the other does not. And yeah, generally speaking, I just cannot agree with the idea that certificates should expire or that degrees can be invalidated. If we are going to undo reality and say things didn't happen that happened, then there is just no more law and order in society at all. And yeah, colleges doing those kinds of shenanigan type things it's kind of ridiculous. It's one thing to expel students, it's another thing to invalidate their credentials. And I don't really feel like expelled students who have earned full credits in classes even should invalidate credentials. And yeah, I imagine there will be a lawsuit that comes around that too. And that is another case also where I imagine the college was peeved that there was a protest that they didn't really want to have happened, but that happens fairly frequently on college campuses, and you just have to kind of put up with it and say, well, that's free speech, and we support free speech, or just stay silent. You can't really get vindictive on that. Otherwise you make yourself look bad. I certainly wouldn't recommend anybody going to that college or any college that invalidates students' credentials based on any kind of concept. Even if there was like some kind of morals clause inside being a student there, or like as part of a student code of conduct, invalidating credentials should not be a valid punishment there. Either you passed the test or you didn't. There's nothing else to it there. Anyways, I'm supposed to be talking about video game news, so let's move on. Let's see. Not now, not ever. The Pokemon Go exec says Scopely's acquisition won't lead to intrusive ads or timed energy. They would be foolish to try and change the recipe of what's made this such a huge hit. I actually heard about what you do in Pokemon Go more, and apparently one of the things you do is you can scan stops and you walk around in a circle to do like 3D scanning of the models of objects, which then Pokemon Go, I imagine, uses those model scans and sells them, which I didn't even know that was one of the things you do at Pokemon Go. But yeah, I really had no idea what you do with Pokemon Go at all, other than I assume you walked around to parks and things and caught Pokemon, and that there was probably some minimal microtransactions to get more Pokeballs or power-ups, and I imagined in my mind it was a pretty simplistic game. And yeah, and still in my mind I kind of imagine it to be only slightly more complicated than Pokemon TCG Pocket, which is far too simplistic of a trading card game. Let's see, Xbox's nunchuck-like adaptive joystick is now available, priced at $30. This controller is aimed at players with limited mobility and is compatible with Xbox consoles and PC. Now, it's been kind of a while since any name brand Air mouse has been made, and in a lot of ways I can't help but wonder if this is just a Air mouse like device with some extra buttons on it, and so using it on PC might be more useful for PowerPoint presentations than for gaming. What I feel here though is that I question if you can accomplish everything with this nunchuck that you could do with a Xbox Core controller, or if it is just one side of the controller and you need two of them to really accomplish everything. I do see from this image that it says X4, X2, X1, X3. I would assume that is not multiplying things 4 times, 2 times, 3 times, but instead is, well, wait a minute. The fact that it says X on all of them does imply that it is multiplying it. I thought it would be ABXY, then 1, 2, 3, 4, like there would have been a shifter and you would like hold down this trigger. But no, that does imply multiplication. I don't even recall this being announced. August 2024? The custom one that was announced was much more interesting. Really want to see a video on just how this is played. Okay, I do remember this image with the horrific scars. And this has a big, I guess, changeable joystick. So now I remember it. And so you can see how it's being mounted. There's apparently a threaded attachment point on the bottom. So it's kind of being designed to be used on a shoulder and used with your chin. At least that's one suggested way to use it. Yeah. With this regular thumb controller though, the price is right, I will say that much. Though, well, not amazingly right though, because it feels like if you were a fully able or mostly able to play gamer, you would still end up wanting to buy 2 of these, and I question whether you even could play games with 2 of these connected, if they even pair together, or if you would just end up having 2 controllers and having to use some kind of middle software to try and combine the inputs of one controller into another. Yeah. The problem with all of these accessibility controllers, which are that anybody that needs them is going to need some kind of custom rig set up for themselves, and these are more advertisement for Microsoft than they are presenting viable solutions for actually disabled people. And particularly in this case, I feel like this is really not particularly well thought out. And it, in this image, looks like there was a connection on the bottom, whereas this image is not really showing a connection on the bottom, which I assume would have been a mini stereo jack accessibility connection to send signals to the standard another device, but apparently not. They're saying it's a singular wired controller. The other Xbox accessibility controller is much more expensive though, so $30 is probably twice as expensive as it should be, but it is not so terrible. It does definitely feel like what's going to happen is that Microsoft, in partnership with other people, are going to or they're going to release something new over and over again every year. It can be plugged into the Xbox adaptive controller. I'm trying to find a link to the Xbox adaptive controller, but it doesn't seem like there is one. So let's just search that. So the adaptive controller, we can see, is selling for $100 and is actually available. I feel like, well, this was a design that probably wouldn't have worked for basically anybody. It is the beginnings of a concept of a design that actually makes some sense, in that it has a whole bunch of these mini stereo jack connections in the back to connect other things to other things, and so that you could attach what one would have thought would have been a cheaper nunchuck or bigger switches or bigger buttons for people's individual setups. Here you have kind of an example of how somebody is really needing a custom build. And if you don't need that level of customization, then this still isn't the right one to go with, because more than likely you could get something built custom into a controller, just moving a few buttons around. There are people online that will do that. Here you have a blow suck tube, quadriplegics, and that they're only capable of blowing and sucking air in and out to control things. And this joystick also was promoted as being part of this, and it's just a normal joystick, really, that's compatible. In fairness, though, since this really is a advertisement thing for Microsoft, more than it really is an attempt to accommodate too many actual disabled people, Microsoft has succeeded in using it for good advertisement. They even made a commercial around it. In contrast, the PlayStation Access controller, I think, is way better thought out as an idea, although perhaps a little bit weird. It takes up less space, it's more customizable, and it gives you more buttons to start with and more of a setup overall. So if you were going to get an accessible controller, I would go with this, and I would assume this plugs in and works on Windows and PC. So as long as you're not playing on an Xbox, you're fine, I imagine. Here they propose even the idea of having two of them and letting them synchronize. The main short thing here is that you only have 4 extra devices you can connect in this case, instead of having a mini stereo jack connection for every single button. But yeah, I imagine that wouldn't be really a big issue. So yeah, I definitely feel like this design gives you more and is just better thought out. Nice packaging even. Here you can see some examples of devices that would work with it. But PlayStation has really dropped the ball as far as actually advertising this, which, if you're really trying to help people, you really don't need to advertise this to the general public. You need to advertise it to hospitals, children's hospitals, and doctors. Ambulatory doctors might be one you would target it to, because it certainly is going to be the hospitals and the doctors that make a lot of recommendations around these things and make bulk purchases for hospitals themselves to have a few of these around. They never really addressed on either of the controllers whether they were designed to be industrial bleached and sanitized over and over again, or whether the plastic would wear out being sprayed with hospital grade bleach all the time, which would be a concern. Certainly in home and in hospital, that might be a concern. Although in hospital it would get sprayed down a lot more than in home. But yeah, they really haven't done a good job of advertising this. This controller in particular is something I could see just regular people playing with. The other one doesn't make any real sense. And we haven't seen any third-party efforts here. The Nintendo Switch 2 noticeably not having any announcement for any kind of accessibility controllers, which is interesting. Now, how much is this? Would be the question. It is $89. So it's not even particularly more expensive than the Microsoft one. And yet it feels like you get a heck of a lot more accessories and you can customize it a heck of a lot more. I mean, if this is a correct size comparison, it's smaller than I thought it would be too. I did have an idea, it didn't go anywhere as far as I thought, but there really should be a company that buys these kinds of controllers and then payday loan style loans them out, leases them out, rents them out to parents of kids that have temporary disabilities, such as they broke a wrist, broken arm, things like that. Not people that are going to need it permanently or want it permanently, but if you were to say have a $90 controller like this and you were to rent it out at like $15 a month, and then they had a broken arm for 2 or 3 months, they would be paying a little bit less, and you would be targeting poorer people, and then you would have them pay via credit card or something. So if they don't return it, then you just charge the full price of the device and you get that extra $15 a month on top of that. Of course, those kinds of things would assume that the credit card actually approves those fees, or you make them put down a deposit that's refundable. That idea, though, I think also was heavily around when these controllers were announced at higher prices, because there was a point there where I feel like it was double this, both for the Xbox and the PlayStation, that they were selling these as $200, $300 controllers, which is much more in line with other medical grade equipment and accessibility controllers. At $90, it's kind of not worth it for most people to go through the rigmarole of putting down a deposit and renting out these controllers. It would be potentially easier for somebody like GameStop to just have a couple of these controllers in stock and for sale, and then you would just return the controllers and sell them back to GameStop, which that's basically what GameStop does with all of their games anyways, is that you buy a game at full price and then new, and then you return it and you get a fraction of what it's worth, and then they sell it again. Interestingly, on that, I would bet that GameStop doesn't carry in store any of the accessibility controllers, but maybe, sorry, I'm doing research on the fly here, GameStop doesn't carry even online these controllers. No, they do. And it says pick up in store even. Okay. So apparently, yes, they do have them at GameStop, which then that throws my idea out the window. If you have somebody who broke a wrist or something and needed an accessibility controller for a short time, you would just buy it at GameStop, and then one assumes GameStop would buy it back after it. And frankly, at $90, you'd probably just keep it anyways. It'll probably be never a case though where those controllers are so prevalent that I could find one cheap at a secondhand store or on eBay. Haven't really looked on eBay, but yeah, if I could get like a broken one that I could repair, assuming I could repair it for half the price, that would be an interesting do-it-yourself project. Although I imagine both of those controllers can't actually be modded much, and so their best use is probably to just use them on PC. And I would assume those controllers work perfectly fine on Linux as much as they would work on Windows. Okay, moving on. That was a bit of a ramble, a little bit too much research. Palworld's latest update includes crossplay, photo mode, and other new features. Palworld version 0.5.0 patch is available now. Noticeably, Palworld is still selling all around the world, so Nintendo's lawsuit against them, which I believe was a trademark lawsuit, is not enforcing any kind of Japanese equivalent of an injunction to prevent new content from being released or anything like that. Which, if anything, I think that probably highlights that Nintendo made a mistake by starting this lawsuit, in that it didn't accomplish anything for them so far, and very possibly won't ever accomplish anything for them. It also gave some free press to Palworld, because there was plenty of new headlines talking about Palworld when that lawsuit was filed. Analog's Nintendo 64 reimagining, called the Analog 3D, has been delayed. It's a $250 console that has now been delayed to July. I wouldn't be surprised if it's delayed anymore. It is definitely a niche product for a niche audience, in that it really only makes sense if you wanted physical hardware to play Nintendo 64 games, which I wouldn't be surprised if you could spend less than $250 just to get an old beat up Nintendo 64. I don't think they're particularly scarce, and I haven't heard anything about the Nintendo 64 hardware breaking in mass or just getting too old to be playable. There's people still with NESs, so unless there was something specific like a capacitor in one of the hardwares, like the Nintendo 64, that prevented it from still working, a lot of them still probably would work. On the emulation scene, as long as you're not trying to use a Raspberry Pi, you can probably emulate every Nintendo 64 game. You could definitely do it on a powerful, even mid-tier gaming PC. You could probably emulate perfectly every Nintendo 64 game on the Steam Deck. So I think $250 here is probably way too expensive, perhaps for the purist. But if it is for the purist, then I would wonder why there is a wireless controller layout here that is nowhere close to what the Nintendo 64 controllers are. This is an analog product, so they might be using an FPGA board, but probably not if it is only for Nintendo 64 games. It says it plays Nintendo 64 games in 4K resolution, so some level of upscaling hardware is in it, which can contribute to the price. The controllers you have to pay separately, so you're putting another $40 into it. Yeah. That seems really, really overpriced for most people. Yeah. It is an FPGA, which is definitely bumping up the price in itself. And you couldn't reasonably, for the price, use an FPGA for the next generation of consoles after the Nintendo 64. The number of transistors would just be too high. You'd have a $600 or $700 console at that point to play a GameCube game. But yeah, I guess there wasn't too much more here than the price is too high, in my opinion. It is an FPGA and it's slipping, so it may never come out, or it may come out very late. And it definitely feels like a product that may sell in the thousands, and that may be all they really expect to sell. Xbox Game Pass's lineup for the rest of March includes a highly rated JRPG and Atomfall. Seems like they actively here don't want to type in Octopath Traveler 2 in the headline, and instead just call it a JRPG, which that certainly speaks to a lack of respect from the editor making the headline here, whereas every other game is respected enough in the headline to be named, or you're doing a really bad headline and you're not naming the game at all. It is disrespectful is the only word I can even think of to just say highly rated JRPG, and this phrase alone is longer than just saying Octopath Traveler 2. Yeah. Which, yeah. Maybe Octopath Traveler 2 is a little bit longer, but not by much. I guess I'll leave it at that. Lego Pokemon is now official, and it's coming next year. The sets will begin rolling out in 2026. Let's see if we can see the teaser. No further information apparently provided. Nintendo owns a large portion of the Pokemon company, so this is a continuation of relationships that have already been founded. Pokemon sets from Mega Bloks have been coming out for a while, so there's been kind of a long history there also. So that there is a small possibility where the Lego Pokemon sets feel too much like the Mega Bloks sets that already existed. Even in this little Pikachu tail is very right angle and Lego-y square. Oh, did I even talk about Lego Builder's Journey? Well, I played that game and boy was I disappointed by that. And it's amazing that you could even be disappointed by it, but they were just way too fancy with the ray tracing, and almost all of the game in the middle is set in incredibly dark areas, with the gameplay mechanic changing around and into several different types of mechanics, none of which are really that fun. Yeah, I was definitely expecting Lego's Builder's Journey to be a short, fun experience, and then it just kind of dropped the ball. It feels more like a tech demo than an actual game. So yeah, we have no details. I assume in the Pokemon series you're going to get medium to small sets of Pokemon. or you're going to get some really boring sets of things like the Poker Center or Ash Ketchum's house or gyms. Like the most ambitious thing I think you could do in Pokemon would be a high piece count play set for kids still that would be Pokemon gyms, where it's a battle arena of different themes, and with that you would expect to get something like the gym leaders in minifig form and an Ash Ketchum like character in minifig form. So yeah, at least 2 minifigs. You could have a side construction on a battle arena set where it is the 8 different badges of a specific region, and you would build that out of Lego at a slightly bigger scale than what the playset is going to be. But then I imagine most of the playset is going to be just architectural construction of the actual battle arena. You might get 2 more to maybe 6 more minifigs of Pokemon characters, which that is the big split there, is that are we going to see minifig Pokemon which will look nicer, or are we going to see that all the Pokemon are just going to be brick built using Lego builds, Lego bricks, which if you make any Pokemon that is brick built using Lego bricks, it will not be at minifig scale. There's just no way. So it won't fit in a battle arena if that's the case. I could see another on-the-shelf display set that makes a Pokeball out of Lego bricks. Making a sphere out of Lego bricks would be kind of difficult. Maybe the Pokeball would open up in the middle and you would see some kind of scene of some sort, but if it opened up, it wouldn't be much of a play area or play set. It would be something like a Polly Pocket type play set, very small, and you'd have to have like microfig versions of the characters in that play scene. That's what I generally would expect from Pokemon sets. But you still have the brick heads potentially still around, although I don't see Lego actually advertising the brick heads anymore. So there is a small possibility that they will come out with a computerized brick head that is Ash Ketchum, and then there is just a bunch of playsets involving Pokemon that are very much like the Super Mario playsets, where the pieces are fairly minimal and fairly overpriced. And yeah, that is a small possibility too. It's worth mentioning that Lego has also announced that they are bringing game development in-house, so this partnership may lead to a Lego Pokemon game getting released at some point, and possibly a Lego Super Mario Brothers game or a Lego Nintendo game of some other sort being released, plus them bringing game development in-house slowly. Might also have them just add more electronic elements to Lego sets overall. There could be a on-the-shelf display set of a Pokedex, the old Pokedex and the new Pokedex. Also, that there really aren't too many other iconic things that just jump to mind as far as what Pokemon is all about. Maybe a display of just the Pokemon logo, which that would be a fairly boring set of just a bunch of blue and yellow pieces. And while we're talking about Pokemon, they also have announced that the next season of the new Pokemon anime is going to actually age up the characters. So one season, I think, is going to roughly be 1 year. So they aren't really anticipating, I guess, to stick with the new characters in the new Pokemon anime as much as they spent, I think, 14 years if not longer, sticking with Ash Ketchum, which is probably a smart move considering how there's not been any real talk or enthusiasm around the new characters at all. They more than likely are just transitional characters that will be replaced with somebody else. That the next group of characters will be who they hope really catches on and stays around for a whole generation. But then they also probably need to pick a character and not have two main protagonists in the Pokemon anime too. Moving on. Let's see. Ubisoft reportedly has lawyers ready to fight Assassin's Creed Shadows harassment. The publisher is prepared to protect its staff from personal abuse when the game is released. The game, I believe, has been released now. I don't know why they're anticipating harassment to be at such a high level that they have to publicly say they have lawyers on retainer for it. Yeah. I don't know. Apparently there was something wrong in this article and they had to update it. Yeah. I do know that you probably would call them activist investors who have invested in Ubisoft have put out an article to video game journalists talking about how Assassin's Creed Shadows should really save the company and how you should prepare to be mad when it doesn't. And these investors, I think, are pushing for more control over Ubisoft and maybe working towards a hostile takeover. But first and foremost, they're also threatening lawsuits, not around Assassin's Creed Shadows, whether it succeeds or not, but really around lack of disclosures that Yves Guillemot and Ubisoft in general have not done, allegedly not done at least. That he's been in negotiations with companies and not disclosed it, and that he's not doing enough for the investors to increase shareholder value. Which, yeah, well, that would play out in the courts. It has been the story that Ubisoft share value has been dropping and dropping and dropping, with some speculation that he wants the share to drop so that he can buy the company and take it private with the assistance of just maybe Tencent and get rid of all the other smaller investors and not pay out those smaller investors much money because the share value should be low. Stepping back from corporate intrigue, for lack of a better term, though, the idea that Assassin's Creed Shadows is going to save Ubisoft is kind of laughable, and we haven't really gotten any other announcements of any major games from Ubisoft, so I imagine we can't expect Ubisoft shares to stay steady or fall even more. I really just don't think that there's a high chance that people are going to come into Shadows and think that this is the future or this is a great take on Assassin's Creed. And there was always a danger, regardless of what game they made, that feeling might be evoked, that just ninjas in Assassin's Creed makes it feel too much like a ninja game, like an Asian game. Whereas Assassin's Creed set in the Middle East had a feeling, and even when you had an Assassin's Creed set in certain time periods in North America or certain time periods in Europe, that just had a different feeling because those time periods hadn't been touched by too many games and you hadn't seen too many games set in those time periods. Whereas this time period has been done many times by many games, or at least many games have felt like this time period. I would be happily surprised, certainly though, if reviews started coming out from Assassin's Creed Shadows and people said it was great and it was a whole new direction, a whole revival of Assassin's Creed. Still probably wouldn't be going in the direction of going back to the original Assassin's Creed games that were what I was liking. But yeah, I'm always happy to see a game company succeed and thus gamers get more entertainment. Let's see. The Smash Brothers developer, director, whatever, Sakurai says Japanese devs should focus more on domestic, not Western taste. Sakurai argues that overseas players don't want Japanese studios to become Americanized, to make Americanized games. I would fully agree with that. Is it really news to have a headline based on somebody's opinion being spouted in an interview or statement? Apparently it was a statement made maybe at an award show. But yeah, I fully agree with that, and I will flip it as an Americano and say the exact opposite is also true. Western developers, United States developers or otherwise, should focus on domestic style of development more and not try and Japanese-ize games. And they have been, in particular, guilty of doing that in many cases. The worst examples are usually in the visual novel aspects, and that you'll have either asset flips of anime girls or Western animators try to animate anime girls, and you can usually get the feeling when it is not done by animated by somebody who is from Japan, or at least an Asian country that is good at animating things. And there's definitely been a long history of Cartoon Network and like Disney cartoons for kids Japanesizing their content more than it really needed to be, just because they were trying to follow trends. There certainly was a point where you have things like Power Rangers getting censored and changed completely too, and that's a localizing issue that also often is a problem. But yeah, there's not too many examples, though, I will say, as far as the AAA game developers in the West trying to make Japanese style games. The worst example outside of visual novels, which is harder to see, is when you have the Western RPGs take a lot of the concepts of a Eastern RPG game, but then slap a different coat of paint on it so it doesn't look like Final Fantasy. And even in that case, that's a nebulous comparison, because then there is a significant difference there. But yeah, particularly the Japanese, I would say, are very insular. Some might say xenophobic, and they want that level of insular animation and insular storytelling. It's not just animation, it's storytelling, it's writing, it's character development. It's just an overall general feel. Everything is different. And I do think the Japanese audience wants Japanese developers to focus mostly on that. Of course, there's plenty of Japanese developers that are exceptions to that loose rule, in that Resident Evil, probably you would argue, was a Japanese company first and foremost, at least for the first Resident Evil game, focusing on the Japanese audience. But very quickly the Resident Evil series caught on in the West, and now very much feels like a Western product, even though it's being made by a Japanese company. Also, we have the example of Silent Hill F just being announced, where it is a Silent Hill set in a Japanese area, which is going to have a real hard time feeling like a Silent Hill game, because the general assumption of what was done first was that Silent Hill was set in some city in the United States. So it's going to be really hard to feel like Silent Hill F is actually a Silent Hill game. Even if it turns out to be a good game, it may do better if they had rebranded it and called it something different. It is also worth mentioning, Sakurai seems to be quoted and say a lot of things, while also saying that he's utterly exhausted making Smash Brothers. So he probably would do better if he could just disappear and take a early retirement, as far as how all of that would go, and just get out of the limelight, maybe refresh himself mentally, maybe think if there's something new he can really do with Smash Brothers, or if he can even perhaps transition other people to make Smash Brothers games instead of him. He seems, well, Asian people look incredibly young to my eye, even when they're fairly old, but he seems fairly young. I'd be surprised if he's anything older than 42, and in his face he looks like he could be easily 30, which is nowhere close to being an old man in Japan as far as working ages go, where they work themselves right up until the point that they die in many cases. Moving on, PlayStation has formed a new studio called Dark Outlaw Games with Call of Duty Zombies lead Jason Blundell. The new first-party studio comes from one of the minds behind Treyarch's beloved Call of Duty Zombies. Same headline, just rephrased. Well, PlayStation does have this issue in that they don't have enough games, and so they are addressing this by forming a new studio. Probably would be at least 4 years, if closer to 8, before this studio actually produced any full game. They might do some assistance on some other games already in development, but they probably would be developing something for PlayStation 6, not for PlayStation 5. Yeah. And Sony hasn't really been great with its first-party companies as far as not really supporting them enough, I think, in my opinion. I don't know if I have any evidence for that. And I would also say their first-party companies have not been really great to Sony, in that they are not just churning out content anywhere fast enough. So definitely feels like Sony may have to just rebuild what its infrastructure is with a bunch of these subsidiaries, which is what a first party studio would be. And I can't help but wonder if this isn't really an effort to create more games for the PlayStation, as much as it is just keeping up with Microsoft, who acquired several companies. I've never played Call of Duty Zombies. I've never heard of Blundell as far as I recall, although looks like I think I may have seen him before, and I see that he is interviewing with Jeff Gerstmann, which, yeah, that would be where I would have seen him, is that he would have been on Giant Bomb back when Jeff Gerstmann was running Giant Bomb. This is perhaps the biggest get that Jeff Gerstmann has gotten with his awful YouTube channel and podcast, is to have an interview with anybody that has led to any mainstream video game journalist press coverage. Otherwise, Jeff Gerstmann has disappeared off the map. Nobody has anything to say about him, or he hasn't broken any news. He's ridiculously terrible, though, as far as his podcasts goes. Let's see if we can just show why for a quick here. He has this text-to-speech thing that is at the bottom here, and he's been doing this solo since he got fired or left Giant Bomb for at least a year. And he's got like 2 kids and just a room full of garbage. Doesn't bother to put up a green screen or tarp or anything to even cover this. I mean, you literally could just find a room divider at a store and put that up and it would look way better. You've got just like awkward window or odd painting on the wall, just garbage and video games everywhere. He's written video games on the closet with a Z. And this is his podcast, which I guess he's in front of the camera, which is more than I can say I do, but his visuals are otherwise pretty awful. And he should know better. He totally should know better. He ran Giant Bomb for years. He was on Giant Bomb and Whiskey Media for even years more, and he's just putting no effort and no polish on his streams. A lot of his streams are him playing old NES games. It just kind of feels like he's living a retired life, hoping to get enough views and enough Patreons to give him a few bucks, but more than likely I would think his best move would be to move out of California and live a much more comfortable life at a lower budget. But his wife may be making a bunch of money. He spent at least a year prior to being fired or leaving Giant Bomb cleaning out his garage and organizing it and making special videos of doing that, pretty obviously because he was looking to move. I will say that when you get to this point, he has done a little bit better. He's put single name labels here, which is probably a mistake. But yeah, he's framed himself a little bit better, but it still is a pretty terrible background. I mean, seriously, just get a room divider. Jason, on the other hand, here is not hugely well set up. He's doing the whole AirPods to hear and talk through, which is probably not very good audio quality, but it doesn't cover up your face anywhere as bad as this. And certainly if I was going to do face cam, I would put some thought onto, should I have a good microphone in front of me when I'm doing a face cam thing, or should I have something that looks like this? There's way too much red in this room, and this breaks up the background kind of badly, but I would say this is at least 40 to 50 times better than this. And certainly we could talk about hair and mustache and grooming and just wearing a t-shirt and personal appearance, but I won't get into any of that. And this is the entirety of the stream. It's just them talking back and forth. No transitions as far as I can tell. Nothing at all like that. Now the fact that he did an interview at all does make an interesting thought that maybe he is trying to get back into the industry of video games as being a mainstream video game person. Although, frankly, I don't know who would hire him. He seemed like he was pretty uninterested in doing that job at Giant Bomb at the end, and it doesn't feel like he's particularly interested in doing that job well now. The last video game chronicle article we have for today, which I managed to go way too long again with the news, is has Harrison fired you lately quote. You can see that at the top here. Savage Planet devs have taunted a former Stadia boss, Phil Harrison, with a GDC billboard. The ad seemingly refers to the closure of Typhoon Studios under Phil Harrison's leadership at Stadia. They are only promising here that you might be eligible for emotional support. And they're calling this Gunter Harrison, CEO of Alta Interglobal, which is not Phil Harrison. So this may very well be a picture of Phil Harrison that has been doctored with a big alien thing, but I think if you don't use the name, you're probably perfectly safe under parody. There is a QR code here, but you can't even actually see all of it if you're on the ground. And savageplanet.game does not seem like a URL that would take you to any special "we're hiring" page, which this would be a much better troll ad if they said we are hiring instead of just attacking Phil Harrison for seemingly no good reason. I also found out that if you use all uppercase letters in generating a QR code, it likely will use less space and be a smaller version, is what they're called, of QR codes. Whereas if you intermix uppercase and lowercase letters, it'll take up a lot more space in how it is encoded. So the recommendation is shout for smaller QR codes, which you do generally want smaller QR codes. If there was a lower version of this QR code available, this may be the smallest version available anyways, you can make the pixels bigger and then cameras will catch it better than if you try to squeeze a whole bunch of extra dots in, which still would be difficult to scan from the ground from that distance. I mean, look at the image here. There's just very little thought being put here as far as this QR code, so you can't even really see it from that distance, and from the resolution of this image you can't read even the text, whereas this that says play is nice and big and easy to read. We don't play ASW 25. Yeah. So yeah, that just feels like a poorly thought out, somebody flippantly decided something as an ad. I feel like Savage Planet would have done better. I wanted to just click here and show in comparison how much a room divider might cost. Kind of high, sure, at $160 for a room divider, but yeah, you can get one of these folding screens. Here's a 4 panel 5.6 foot wood room divider for $100 from Temu, and yeah, you might get a lot of these from Temu, but yeah, you can get a more corporate looking one for $73. You get one of these and you, assuming you couldn't get one used, you could use it for so many different things, and you can throw a sheet over it and redecorate it at any point. You could also go incredibly cheap and not buy room dividers. You have to be careful about whether they're talking about width or tallness. I imagine they're probably talking about tallness when they say the height. You could go incredibly cheap instead of buying a room divider also, and you could get roughly a $20 expandable cheap curtain rod, and with that you could get a curtain, like a shower curtain, or you could just again hang a sheet over the back of it, and that would give you something. You put some ruffle, you take a sheet, you fold it up so it looks like it's ruffled. Depending on the color and how well you do it, that's going to look pretty nice. It's going to look better than just having random baby stuff in your background. And that's just a generic solution for generic content creators. When you start to get to video game content creators, there's a way easier solution in that you just get some shelves and you put all those video game things you have on display, or you put books on behind you on display. I saw one YouTube creator who had a whole bookshelf full of interesting books nicely organized on their back display, and I was like, there's some C.S. Lewis, there's some Tolkien, like just attractive things to catch your eye in the background. You can have a really, really nice set pretty cheaply, particularly if you already have a bunch of video game stuff, which Jeff Grossman does. Yeah. But yeah, he's not accomplishing anything as far as decorating that room. Honestly, if he just put shelves in that room, he would also declutter it by quite a bit. You can get some really cheap shelves at Walmart, walmart.com, particularly if you're only going to put very light things on it. There's a specific model of shelf that I got a bunch of for roughly $75 each, and they're big enough to hold records, which is big enough to hold Lego sets, but they are super cheap and they're not designed to hold very much weight. They're just being held up together with basically plastic pegs or wooden pegs. So, and it is all particle board. It is furniture to be thrown away if it breaks, not repaired. But you could definitely get a lot of them. You can definitely put small amounts of curios and knickknacks on those kinds of shelves nicely. And what I like about the record size as far as the openings is that you have a little bit more space, whereas a Lego set generally won't fit in smaller square shelved type shelves, that they're too small. And this model in particular can be rotated, so it can be vertical or it can be horizontal. So for my Lego sets, I have it set up to be horizontal to have a whole Lego city on top of it. But also, I could probably break up the Lego city and put it in a horizontal orientation and take up even less space. Anyways, that's enough decorating tips for this show. Let's go through the Gematsu articles now, and I think we've got probably quite a bit of these too. Netflix and Spry Fox announced a cozy life simulation game called Spirit Crossing for iOS and Android. Netflix announcing some games, but they very well may just be exclusive always. Here's kind of a great example of a animation style that doesn't feel like it is trying to steal the anime style much, but it does seem like it has some of that Ghibli feeling fantasy to it. But I wouldn't inherently apply that to just saying that that is an exclusive Japanese thing, to the idea of fantasy things. Once you get into the realm of fantasy, you can almost do anything. What I see about this in particular that interests me is just the level of ambition as far as mobile games is going up, and I'm glad to see that, because it has been far too long that mobile video games have just been very simplistic and very low effort. Although I don't think I can say it's probably that ambitious of a game, in that I imagine it's hoping that it's an MMO that lets players create their own fun. Let's see. Honor of Kings World GDC 2025 trailer. So has GDC happened? Are we gonna watch every trailer today? Too is a question. So I've changed my setup more to what I had intended to change it probably 6 months to a year ago, where I am actually hearing the audio of these videos while it's playing. You should not be hearing the audio of the videos while it's playing though, which makes an awkward balance in that I have to talk while hearing things in my ears, distracting me, or I go silent and then there's just going to be awkward silence here. So this looks like a JRPG game. I don't think there's a need to skip through much more of it. Looks like you might have two male protagonists. One assumes is a they might be brothers, and now we're fighting what looks like a Monkey King like character, which, man, you cannot have a single Asian Chinese looking game without the Monkey King being involved. It does seem like it can be fairly interesting wave based RPG, action RPG fighting. Yep. So maybe the Monkey King is going to be your main bad guy in the game. Let's see, Skate Story has added PS5 version. I guess the game is called Skate Story. Have we seen that on Steam? Apparently not, since it's not on my follow list. Ruffy and the Riverdale launches June 26th. That we definitely have seen on Steam, and you can see my curation function did not work. Didn't get that far. Possessor brackets S Possessors has also been confirmed for PS5. Doesn't seem like there's a Steam link here. There's a lot of videos. I think I'm going to skip it because I don't think there's anything particularly too interesting in these videos. These are like little short animations of gameplay mechanics compared to a full trailer. Let's see, the Nightling launches August 28th, and maybe this will be the year of the, what are these called, gliders? Hang gliders? Yeah, that's what they're called. Because we've seen two games now with hang gliders recently, which might very well be an indication of how incredibly long it takes for ideas to be stolen and put into new games, and that I would assume the hang gliding aspect of Breath of the Wild, not Tears of the Kingdom, is inspiring these hang glider concepts. It might also be very much a case that the size of open worlds have just gotten so ridiculously big that they have created a problem that they now must solve. This is a mechanical hang glider of some sort that you can also seemingly surf on. And that, yeah, this definitely feels like this is inspired by something like Breath of the Wild. Yeah. And it's a interesting thought because your hang glider here looks like your shield too, so you may not really have a sword ever. So yeah, that's going to put an interesting twist on it. Do we have a Steam link for this? Yes, we do. Apparently I've already even seen it. There definitely were hang gliders before Breath of the Wild, but if I think before Breath of the Wild with its massive amount of climbing where hang gliding would be necessary, I'm thinking back to something like Pilot Wings 64. There probably was a Wii Pilot Wings game too that I just don't really remember. But yeah. I do wonder though if we also are hitting a point where people are making too large of open worlds. And nothing's really going to stop a game developer from making their open worlds too big, other than just playtesting and feedback telling them that it's too big. Game engines probably won't ever limit how big you can make a world. The visual aspects, well, even in that, if you were to make something like Cyberpunk that's just like full of detail and full of 3D models, but then if you were to separate large chunks of it by mostly empty desert, that would allow stream loading to work even better. So yeah, you could take a landmass in square feet that's the same as Cyberpunk and has the exact same number of triangles and polygons and 3D models, and it would run way better if you just had big chunks of desert in between each building, which might be why you see a lot of games like that where there are big chunks of levels and buildings in one area and then there's mostly nothing. And it's not always desert. It can be a literal desert, or it could also be a figurative desert in that there's just repetitive unimportant trees in between. The visuals for this game, Forever Skies, is somewhat intriguing in that there's a lot of variety here. Yeah. You build airship bases, and then there's some kind of virus they're talking about, and then you're floating over this apocalypse. And you're tearing up the buildings, which seem to have been overrun by some kind of giant plants. So there's some obvious inspirations for this game of that Hardships Shipbreaker game, or whatever it was called, where you're tearing up spaceships, but then it feels like there's just a lot more game here from this trailer, and it feels like there's some inspiration also from something like Raft, but clearly a high level of ambition. This lower level full of toxic spores, and you dive down to do things. Apparently it might have been in early access already, if the 1.0 update already existed. So yeah, this is already out, mostly positive in the last 30 days at 75%, very positive at 84% overall. Yeah. And even in the screenshots, yes, this does look more ambitious than what I normally would expect. Let's see. Don't need to keep that tab open. Moving on. Autopsy Simulator for PS5, Xbox Series comes out on April 3rd. Dissect the Dead in Grisly Detail. Is this on Steam? Yeah. I would assume this is actually a simulator game and not something that is going to have some horror in it. And this is perhaps one of the rarest cases where a nudity tag is somewhat justified. I'm gonna skip this image because that may be topless lady there, but yeah. Unfortunately, the reviews are pretty mixed. So I don't think that that would be a game I would want to play. Unfortunately, though, because the concept I might be cool with. There was this German series showing autopsies as kind of educational TV just to the public. It was actually pretty intriguing to watch, which probably says that there's something wrong with me mentally, but yeah, weirdly it made me hungry while watching it. I was like, why am I getting the munchies here watching autopsy videos and lectures on how to do things? I remember in particular there was one episode where they were talking about like knife wounds, and they had 3 knife wounds on the corpse, and they showed how all 3 of the knives that were used in the knife wounds had punctured either an organ or something else had happened where each one of those stabbings were fatal. And that was the surprise at the end, because they were implying that only the deepest knife wound would have been fatal, closest to the heart, and that the shallowest knife wound wouldn't have been fatal. But nope. Yeah, humans not particularly impervious to knives. So yeah, if that had been a good game, that would have been an intriguing series to make. Of course, while I am making content and playing video games, I still haven't gotten around to actually schedule anything. And I feel like what's going to happen is I'm going to maybe get to 1,000 subscribers, and that at that point I'm going to start putting out more content again, just randomly, which is really no way to schedule anything. I probably should target, say, end of April, beginning of the next month after April, to start releasing videos at that point. But like, I've got so many videos in backlog, I could probably put enough videos out for at least till the end of 2025 and have something out at least past then. Yeah, I don't want to really keel over and like trip and fall and die, or have a stroke or a heart attack, and then have a whole bunch of videos that aren't scheduled and nobody ever sees, because I seriously doubt anybody taking care of my estate after the fact would have the login or be able to schedule videos if I was hit by a bus or something. So I'd like more of those videos to actually be released. Of course, I have to put the time in. Right now I'm mostly just trying to get all the YouTube shorts caught up and get all of those out, which those are airing on my channel, but they are extremely hit and miss. They always have been. The vast majority of them get 0 views. Occasionally I'll get one that gets 100 views or so, which is nothing amongst YouTube shorts, but it is something. It's more views than I would have gotten otherwise. Something is almost always better than nothing. YouTube maybe sometimes makes that not so clear, or makes that sometimes wrong, but generally speaking, something is better than nothing. Moving on with headlines. Metroidvania game called Voivod, I guess, the Nuclear Warrior, has been announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. This is another one that I guess is just coming out soon. Definitely has kind of a heavy metal vibe to it, which could be interesting. You don't get too many games with heavy metal aesthetics, and it's gonna inherently come down to the music in something like this, because this could be a great Metroid game and it could have some great heavy metal visuals, and then the music could be just completely intolerable or really, really bad, and then it would get pretty bad reviews. And personally, I'm not smart enough about music to be able to really criticize that, so I would totally be willing to play a Metroidvania game like this, but might very well find that I say very little about the actual music part. Which there's another game, Brutal Legend, like that I'm not sure if I've already covered Brutal Legend or if I somehow have just dropped the ball there and never covered it. I think I may have tried to cover it and then it was just way too many content IDs on the music, or I thought about it for a second and realized there would be way too many content IDs on the music. But yeah, even in that game, while I could say the music is great, there's not much else I can really say there. And it'd be kind of ridiculous to criticize the music in that game because it's all straight up just licensed famous songs like Crazy Train from Ozzy Osbourne is one of them. It's a bunch of heavy metal songs like that. So me criticizing something that's already hugely well received and known would be ridiculous. The free-to-play pirate survival MMO Crosswind has been announced for PC. It too is on Steam. I will make a YouTube short around that. I wonder what the single player experience really would be, since it is tagged single player. Definitely doesn't seem like it's single player focused. Let's see, MASH VP Revision launches March 22. It is a mashup rhythm game leaving early access after 5 months, which feels like about as reasonable as you can get as far as early access games, considering how many on Steam never leave early access. This is an odd pose. We have the two anime girls nearly touching hands, with their hands twisted, and then they're facing in completely different directions and angled in odd directions. In that one screenshot doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Before we look at the release trailer, I was trying to see if there was a Steam link. Yes, there is. And so I already have this on the follow list. And the screenshots here really show a completely different type of experience. Just a lot of menus, a lot of songs, I imagine. And then the actual game, I think, is barely anything. So she's just speaking in Japanese right now, and it looks like you're playing with a keyboard to mash up different lanes. So I guess the idea here is that you would be mashing up different music songs too, and so there would be a track and a B track, I guess. And I don't know if the songs individually get mashed up to be the A track or B track, or if there are just A tracks and B tracks that are inside of each mashup, because that would be very, very much two different things. In that one way you could mash up almost any song in the game. Another, you would be severely limited to just playing a song and having track A and track B handed to you, and that being static. It doesn't feel like much of a game though. Like, of course, the rhythm aspects, it's going to heavily center around how much you play music and how much you care about music, but the actual visuals here seem fairly simplistic, and the actual button presses are just 4 keys from what I can tell. Yeah. ZXCV, left shift, right shift, comma, period, forward slash, backslash. Yeah. And I imagine you would want to map either a controller or even a custom controller down to this. It's not really DJing though, in the sense that you're not going to be scratching the digital spinners back and forth, and you're not crossfading or anything like that. You're not speeding up the tempo, you're not looping elements, none of the fancy things a DJ could really do. But clearly it's very positive, so I think it's found its audience and satisfied its audience, which is not me. We talked about Palworld version 0.5.0 update now being available, adding crossplay, a new storage system, photo mode, and more. Let's see, La Storia della Arcana Familia Rinato for Switch launches July 24th, which looks like it might be an Otome visual novel, but I don't know for certain. Release date for the PC Steam version is still to be determined, which seems kind of ridiculous. Yes, it is an Otome visual novel, so is it really necessary to watch a trailer that is going to over exaggerate what the experience is going to be visually? I wasn't expecting the tarot card element, but it does say in the name that. So it seems like each of the male suitors in this, I assume, romance visual novel might be a character from the tarot, or at least somewhat related to the tarot. Yeah, it had Arcana in the name. But if this is like each of these characters are supposed to represent somebody in the tarot, it is going to be the Jack, the Queen, the King, and the Knight. So it's just going to be the top 4 characters in the minor arcana of the tarot cards. It's not going to be like the 1 of Swords, 2 of Swords, 3 of Swords, 4 of Swords, so on and so on. It's only going to be the Knight of Swords, the Jack of Swords, the Queen of Swords, and the King of Swords. Or the King of Cups, or the King of Wands, or the King of Coins. Yeah, I overlooked Arcana there. So yeah. It's perhaps a little complicated of a gimmick for an Otome visual novel, but Otome visual novels basically sell themselves on having some kind of gimmick. Otome again meaning young maiden, probably playing as this female protagonist character in romance situations with all the characters. Quite a lot of violence implied here, and does feel a little bit mobbish also. I wonder if the Renato subtitle is indicating that this is a series. And from the looks of it, it isn't. It's just that this game first came out in 2011, so quite a while ago. And then that was for the PSP. And then it went to the Vita and got a new name. And then it was now being ported again. But yeah, we still are in this case where old PlayStation Portable and Vita games, visual novels in particular, are struggling to be re-released in any form or fashion. Arguably DS games have it even worse, but there is, I hope, a level of understanding on how future-proof future games need to be so that we don't have this happen again. Ideally, I would suspect Nintendo Switch games are not going to become difficult to play 10 years from now, either through emulation or through just backward compatibility. I would imagine that going forward, Nintendo consoles are going to be fairly backward compatible, or at the very least they're going to resell the games. Let's see, Doll's Nest launches April 24th. Early access purchases include early purchases include a 49-page digital art book, which is weird. We don't see that advertised very often as far as here's a digital art book. Lots of games have digital soundtracks or digital art books. This is apparently a Mecha Souls-like game from its tags. We'll have to see how well it's received. I suspect it might not get very many reviews in the first place. I saw on Reddit somebody saying, what is the game that you have the most hours in? And I should probably post on that to show them my time clickers numbers of hours played, which is into the 40,000 hours played. Not that I legitimately played it anywhere near that much, but it certainly would blow out things they were posting which were like 600 hours. Although me posting on Reddit really is not going to go anywhere or do anything. Reddit, well, it's the place I go to read things. It's not really the place where a lot of people go to post things these days, and it's too big, really. It should be broken up into several different sub-sites with less localized control, more than likely. And frankly, even if you just were to make a Reddit 2 and get rid of all the current Reddit mods and all the current Reddit management, you might have something better, which I guess is what the Dig creators are trying to do, bringing back Dig. Is that they're doing something kind of like Reddit, but different. I would assume they're going to try and make it more like Dig was, which is kind of like Reddit again, but different. Moving on, World of Goo 2 is coming to Steam this spring. For some reason, on my account on Steam, I don't have any of the achievements for World of Goo 1, and I'm fairly certain I have played World of Goo 1 and made footage of it a couple times, but I may actually have played it twice and realized that all of the videos were Content ID claimed. Yeah, which I should be making a list, certainly, of games like that. There's been a couple where that's been a total problem. But yeah, I could see myself playing World of Goo 2, but I could also see myself just ignoring it. It's not particularly the most interesting game to me because you still are really just doing these architectural triangle builds, which I never have really figured out how to play and build with the architecture builds. Yeah. So that might be one where I would skip. World of Goo 2 was launched on the Epic Game Store and Switch in August of 2024, so it's not particularly old even. Let's see. The Myst Remake Age of Rhyme update launches March 20th for PC and Quest, and then later for the Xbox One and Xbox Series. Its new narrative beats lore and visuals, but in a weird way it's also going in circles, in that the Age of Rhyme update for the old version of Myst was something they added many years after the original Myst was released, and was really pretty much just a tease of what the next game was going to be hinting at, or a way of connecting all the Myst games together. I would have expected that in this remake it was already there without an update being made. And this is on my wish list, and I could have certainly bought it. It was certainly the thing also that was preventing me from buying Riven 2, which that's their newer release, so they're going around in circles too as far as just updating things. Yeah, I could have bought the 30th anniversary bundle again and paid $14.39, which this is an important thing to learn as far as shopping on Steam, is that your best savings may be to buy bundles, particularly if the bundles are going to expand and add something later. I still wish that Cyan Worlds as a company would have succeeded more on things like Firmament, which is mostly positive these days, or on some of the published efforts that they did. Abduction also mostly positive, which they did try to publish one game, and it's not even really listed here. I guess I don't have too much more to say there. Yeah, I wish that they would announce a new game like Firmament, but perhaps completely different. One of the things I think Cyan needs to do is probably just try something different. Just make a 2D pixely point and click adventure game, or try to make a 3D platforming action game, or a game with guns. Something kind of crazy to announce would catch people's attention, something that would try to be a little bit more mainstream. You see with the Talos Principle how just trying a different path brings in a whole different audience, where the makers of the Talos Principle were only really known for selling Serious Sam games up until that point, and Serious Sam just doesn't sell in modern times. So by making a puzzle game using an engine that they planned on making a Serious Sam game with, I believe called the Serious Engine, they were able to make something completely different, and that different thing caught people's attention way more. Alright, well, moving on. Croc Legend of the Gobos remaster launches April 2nd. Do we have Steam link? Nope, it is only Good Old Games. One thing about playing the Blackwell Legacy on ScumVM, using the game files from Steam, ScumVM doesn't recognize that it is 100% Blackwell Legacy 1, so it gives you two options based on the hash, to either say it is Blackwell Legacy or to say it is a generic adventure game studio game, and whichever one you pick will create a separate profile with different save files. So I would recommend you select the first one that says it's a good old games version of Blackwell Legacy, because that'll give you a better icon and possibly have the game a little bit more optimized, although you probably would never be able to tell the difference. Towerborn game preview for Xbox Series and PC launches April 29th alongside a class mastery update. Okay. I'm gonna have to hurry up here and go through these articles a little bit quicker. Otherwise this is gonna continue to drag on. Brute Horse is going to be published by Bohemia Interactive. This is the first I've even heard of this. It seems like it's a pun on brute force, and it seems like you might be co-op playing one character as a brute and one character as a horse. Although it says it's only single player. Interesting. So why does it say local co-op then? See if we can jump ahead in this trailer. This is just like so apparently he just uses the horse and smashes people. Okay, so you're swinging around the horse and defeating enemies and platforming using the horse. And so the horse is a tool, I think, more than a local co-op thing where the horse moves around on its own. So the local co-op looks like you play as this female character instead. Okay, so that might be kind of silly, kind of worth it. Worth checking out at least. Nightmare Busters Rebirth reveal trailer. Kickstarter campaign is coming soon. This is a 2D run and gun revival from Pix and Love and Aurora Games Studios. I don't remember a game called Nightmare Busters. Maybe it sounds a little familiar, but yeah. Let's see. We'll launch a Kickstarter campaign. The April 2021 announced Super Nintendo 2D run and gun game revival. So it came out in 2021, but for the Super Nintendo, none of that makes any sense. We don't have a Steam link. So this must be like a retro game that was made for the Super Nintendo well past the point where the Super Nintendo would have been a thing. And so it seems like what they're doing is potentially selling the same concept, this time on something more playable, which would be a modern PC. So it's the same game, just being remastered, really. And reimagined, I guess. It is still kind of an old school looking game, though, as far as just how it really would play. Let's see. Karen has been confirmed for the PS5. It's a survival climbing adventure game due out in 2025. It was originally announced for PC, but I guess maybe we have a Steam link for it. There's a couple of these climbing games that we've seen trailers and teasers for, and this one feels like it might actually get into the weeds of adjusting the weight in your backpack and might try really hard to actually simulate the idea of climbing, which is not an activity I personally actually have ever cared about. So yeah, I would have a hard time getting into this, but it would be educational to say the least if I did get into it and actually played it, in that there is just this case of it being a big deal to do anything different and anything new. Anything that's not a run and gun gamer deserves more coverage. Fantasy Life I, the girl who steals time, has an extended gameplay trailer. If you want to check that out, I'll skip that trailer. Game Pass has added Atomfall, a Blizzard arcade collection. What is that? What games are those? Mythwrecked Ambrosia Isle in late March. So, yeah. Several other things being not mentioned here. The Blizzard Arcade Collection. Experience a blast from Blizzard's past. The Blizzard Arcade Collection brings 5 console games to mobile platforms, new audiences, including Blackthorn, The Lost Vikings. I do recognize The Lost Vikings. The Lost Vikings 2. Were those arcade games, though? Rock and Roll Racing and RPM Racing. Wouldn't be surprised if the racing games were arcade games, but I'm not sure Blackthorn or The Lost Vikings were. Plus, visit the Blizzard Arcade Collection Museum to explore a trove of treasures from each game's past, including concept art, music, blah blah blah. Well, I wonder if this Blizzard Arcade Collection in particular is not something you really would need, because maybe all these games are individually available for PC. Although I'm not 100% sure that they're all available for Steam, if they're all available at all. Yep. I think The Lost Vikings is the game that inspired the Trine series somewhat. And then Mythwrecked Ambrosia Isle looks like might be a dating simulator game, but it might be some kind of survival game too. Let's see. Pocket Bravery for the PS4 and 5, Xbox One and Series, and Switch launches April 10th. It's currently available for PC. Still definitely feels like if you want to play a game early, Steam is going to be your best bet. Looks like it is just a fighting game, pixel graphics fighting game. It is rated very positively, though, and it's out of early access, so I really have no reason not to put it on my wish list at the moment. A Resident Evil 3 remake is now available for iPad, iPhone, and Mac, which, yeah, it's interesting to have remake in the name when really it's a port of the game that already was a remake. But I imagine the actual name is just Resident Evil 3 or Biohazard 3 if you're in the Asian countries. And I would assume even on a Mac, unless you buy a very specifically high-powered Mac, it's not going to play as smoothly or as nicely as it would on PC. Because Macs, iPads, and iPhones are just not really designed to be gaming powerhouses. The Famitsu review scores for issue 1891 are available. Venus Vacation, Prism, Dead or Alive Extreme, and more is scored. So, my theory here has been that the Venus Vacation game was going to be reviewed fairly poorly, in that it's not doing the Dead or Alive beach volleyball and doesn't really have as many mini games and really is just focusing on being a dating sim. but then runs into a major problem in that all of the characters have about the same body types, and thus visually there isn't not as much of a buffet available as far as finding your favorite waifu to pick. So I'd be really shocked if it turns out that it gets more than, I would say, a 30. But yeah, I guess that's all I'm going to say. We'll see how this goes. Sanrio characters Miracle Match Magical Onigoku was given a 27 out of 40, particularly low. Split Fiction, in contrast, which it's interesting how Komatsu didn't use Split Fiction as its reference. Being more Japanese focused, they focus on a Japanese game. Split Fiction getting 34 out of 40, particularly high. And I am somewhat surprised to see Venus Vacation Prism Dead or Alive Extreme getting a 32 out of 40. You can see one reviewer here gave it a rather low 6, but then 2 reviewers gave it a 9 and the third gave it a 8. The game can be cleared in about 7 hours or 30 hours if you do everything, so it's not particularly that demanding. And it seems like horse racing is still very popular in Japan, in that Winning Post 10 2025 has gotten a 33 out of 40. So the pick between, do you want the big butt, big breasted anime girls, or do you want horse racing amongst Japanese, is they would slightly prefer the horse racing. Okay, and with that, I'm gonna take a moment to just walk around and refill my water and fluff up my seat cushions, so this will just take maybe a minute or two. Okay, I'm back. I'm starting here on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, or Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, actually, is what it is, screen, because it looks different. There's a new button here I wanted to see. What is this? This shows cards that have been called from the grave, I guess. Interesting. And then this shows what's been played. And then what does this do? This shows just numbers more and more elements. So they've hidden a bunch of visual elements that you may not need. I would also say that it looks like they have scaled down everything. All of a sudden it feels like more of the cards are in the center of the screen and less of the cards are on the edges. It's been a long time since I've played Yu-Gi-Oh! Though, so I might be dreaming that up, but I kind of don't think it is. I don't know how you'd even really accomplish that other than maybe putting like a fisheye thing where, you know, where the pieces have all just been reanimated and squeezed down. I also, as I was walking out of my room, saw that another of the felt square tiles I've put on my ceiling as an experiment has fallen down. They come with really cheap double-sided plastic sticky stickers. There's a duelist cup going on. I will not engage with any of that, I'm sure. Have a massive amount of daily quests. Seems like most of which will expire in 11 days. Yeah. So 2 out of 25 tiles now have fallen down, I think. Which is still pretty good odds, particularly considering that the felt tiles are supposed to be vertical on the wall, not hanging horizontally on the ceiling. And if I had used even 2 of the stickers, they probably would have, per tile, that probably would have been enough. I started by using 4 stickers in each corner of the tile, and then I counted the number of stickers it came with and realized that there actually aren't enough to do that. So I don't really know how many stickers they anticipated you to use. I would assume 2 is probably the right amount. I'll count how many came with the next box in the next set, but yeah. It wasn't particularly the cleanest of surfaces on the ceiling where I put the sticker in the first place, and it does feel like it's probably a case where it's one of those kinds of stickers that if you don't adhere it perfectly to both sides perfectly, some amount of dust or dirt is going to get in between it and it's going to eventually fall down. This is mostly just an experiment to try to avoid either putting screws in the ceiling through the tiles to hold them up, which would be a backup option, or using liquid nails, which would probably be your first option. Which, yeah, I could use something like liquid nails to adhere it, just a lot more glue to the ceiling. But if I do that, then the tiles are not going to be easily removable, where right now the tile falling down just allows me to peel the sticker off and I'm back to where I was, not pulling down any popcorn that was on the ceiling or any paint or any drywall that's on the ceiling. So this is a do-it-yourself experiment I'm doing to try and avoid creating damage or having to pay a contractor to do it the normal way, which would be to probably scrape off all the popcorn and fix all of the cracks in the ceiling and then put new popcorn on, hoping that that hides any future cracks, which it really won't. Whereas the felt tiles probably would hide any future cracks, which is the goal, is to hide cracks, because there's nothing you really can do about them in my case. You could patch them, and then the house will settle a little bit more, and then your crack will expand again. And fixing the foundation is basically impossible in my area. Let's see. This feels like the same story. Fantasy Life I, The Girl Who Steals Time digital pre-orders are now available for the PS4 and 5, Xbox Series, and PC. Which, at this point, that would be just a duplicate thing. This is from Level 5 Games. Are they the makers of A Hat in Time? Instead of asking out loud, why don't I just click the link and see? No, the only other game they have apparently is Megaton Musashi, and possibly Inazuma 11 Victory Road is also coming out. So it may very well be a new thing for Level 5 to be making games. It's possible that they are a name I recognize as an anime producer. The name sounds familiar. Ark Survival Ascended DLC expansion Ark Lost Colony has been announced. Ark Survival Ascended is, I think, the remaster of the first game, Ark Survival Evolved. But then there was, I think, also an announcement for an Ark 2. But I don't know. You're getting some fairly different visuals here in that you have nice Netflix looking level of animation in 2D, and then we have a 3D. I have no idea who this girl is, though, and I feel like the first Ark Survival Evolved really didn't have a protagonist character at all. Interesting. It jumps to this like storytelling animation style. Interesting that. And I can't really put DLC on the fall list. I can make a wishlist YouTube short on it, maybe. But it being DLC for Ark Survival Ascended, has to be pointed out that Ark Survival Ascended is very poorly received and is labeled as an early access game on Steam. So yeah, I don't feel like there's a good argument that you would want to play Ark DLC on a game that is not being received well. And I would be 100% surprised if it turns out that Ark Survival Evolved is no longer available for purchase. Let's check out and see if that's true. Nope, it is. It's been free at some point. And so that probably was the point that I got it, because I can't imagine I actually got this game at any price. And I believe Ark Survival Ascended was the announcement of like Vin Diesel as one of the major characters, if this is the game I'm thinking of. Regardless, there's kind of a lot of controversy that would argue that this DLC probably won't be received well. And that is one of the dangers, certainly, of DLC, is that your main game and your base game has to sell well, or you're just wasting your efforts when releasing DLC. And I can't help but think that a lot of times you are wasting your efforts releasing DLC, in that content either should have been in the game originally, in the main part of the game, or it should be held back and left for the next sequel game, or it's so bad that it should have just been abandoned completely. I understand why publishers and developers like the idea of DLC, but the consumer, the gamer, really has no good reason to like DLC in almost every case. You do get some standout examples of really good DLC occasionally, but more often than not, it feels like it's an afterthought, and it's a bad way to deliver new content. Let's see, Fatal Fury City of Wolves second open beta test is set for March 26th to the 31st. I really should do a better job of knowing the characters from some of these fighting games. At least being able to name some of these characters. I literally can't name any of them at all. I think this is one of the most prominent characters. I kind of recognize them, but yeah, don't have a single name to any of them. Let's see, here's the list of names. Do I recognize any of the names? Terry Bogard. That's the only name I recognize at all. Wow, and only 4 areas, 4 stages. That seems fairly lackluster. Maybe that the characters themselves are just not particularly memorable compared to other fighting games, and that might be part of the problem. Okay, let's see. Lords of the Fallen is going to be composed by Walter Mayer, known for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Liaison? Yep. Is that a game, Liaison? Or is it a movie? I guess this is the kind of headline I probably would want to hear more and see more of it. No, it's an Apple TV series called Liaison. I'm mispronouncing that word. But yeah, I guess I would want to hear more headlines talking about composers and music. Just highlighting more of the creatives. Anytime we can get a creative person's name in the headlines instead of just the names of video games or the names of publishers and corporations, it's nice, certainly. Sony Interactive Entertainment has established Dark Outlaw Games led by Jason Blundell, which I guess technically Jason Blundell, we have to consider him a creative at the moment. It seems like he probably will become just a manager. Sometimes whether a manager is creative or not gets questionable. Most of the time I would assume managers aren't particularly creative. The pixel art post-apocalyptic action-adventure game Vassals of Decay launches in 2025 for all consoles and PC. Let's look at that on Steam. This could be something and it could be nothing. This is one of those games where seeing it in action will tell me a lot more. Yeah, it's a top-down hack and slash sword game with platforming elements too. And I guess the question will come down to how much of this is platforming and how much of it is hack and slashing. There was this one-hit kill game that I played a few years back, and this feels fairly similar to that. In that game you had a bow and an arrow, and when you shot the arrow you had to recall it or pick it up. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the same developer of that game. Once again, the Steam algorithm is not going to point me to a game though that I've already owned and played, and so can't really remember the name of that game. That is certainly something that if I was going to have like a co-op content creator, that is something that I think I would want more than anything, is somebody that just had a second pair of brains, or a second brain. I was going to say second pair of eyes, but it should be brains, to remember the names of games and just have that deep history understanding as far as how video games go. This one's still in early access too. At some point I might start getting desperate and go through my fall list and start just adding early access games that feel like they're as done as they're going to be. This is kind of an example of a game that, even if it always technically was labeled early access, I would assume that there's enough game here to make it worth playing and covering based on the very positive feedback on the game. Moving on, a side-scrolling roguelike action game called Castlebound has been announced for PC. Kind of a cutesy art style on the screenshot. And when we actually see it, it's even more cutesy in that it's a paper cutout art style. Interesting. Hiragami Characters trailer is available here. Do we really want to sit and watch it? No. We'll look at the Steam page. See if we can get a general idea of what it is. It looks like it's a 3D 2.5D platforming game. Puzzle platformer action adventure experience. A whimsical real-time strategy survival game called Chronocracy has been announced for PC. Or Chronocracy is probably how you'd pronounce that. Looks like it is a colony sim. What's the difference between a city builder and a colony sim? That's an interesting question. Do city builders have to be in 3D? That would kind of make some sense. The Pixelshire game, the game called Pixelshire, launches May 8th for PC and then later in 2025 for the PS5 and Switch. Yeah. Do we have a Steam link on this one? Yes, it's just always hard to find it. Yeah, and then immediately I see this game and it just looks like a Stardew Valley game to me, so I don't have anything interesting to say there. Almost done with Komatsu, but at this rate is going to be a longer than average at this point stream. These streams are going to get longer and longer. And there's a real danger here that the vast majority of the year is going to be 4 to 5 hour streams, and I don't have a way of avoiding that because we're just going through the news. There's very little redundancy happening in the news from my different news sources, and there's nothing here that feels so unimportant that I can cut it as far as the news stories go. Although Double Dragon Gaiden, Rise of the Dragons, free DLC characters Jeff and the Boar being announced might be something that I would say is lesser of importance, but then it leads to a opportunity to make a new YouTube short on the same game. new characters, or at least an opportunity to remind myself that this game exists, since it's already on my wish list. How to Escape Lost Submarine has been announced for all consoles and PC. It's a cooperative puzzle game due out in 2025. Is it from the... It's part of the How to Escape series, which I don't know how many games or which escape games that would be, because definitely there's been a couple of escape series of games. This may also be one of the ones that is cross-play, multi-platform only, and so there is no single player possibility. Some of them have definitely been that way. And so I probably have seen the original game, How to Escape. I'm fairly certain I have in 2023, but you can see how the reviews in the last 30 days are lower than the overall reviews, probably because there's just been very few people online. And so when they make these co-op games without any single player, eventually your player base is just going to be so small that you can't actually engage or play the game. And that's one thing where an update / DLC would actually be appreciated, is for these kinds of games to, after their launch window happens, unlock a ghost character that would just follow you around and help you solve things. Not a physical ghost per se, but a ghost as in it's an AI character NPC playing with you that's maybe replaying the actions that other human players may have played. And that's just like the minimum. Ideally, you'd want an AI that had way more intelligence and maybe could control through a command system, or would just solve the puzzles completely. It's asking a little much for the games to be fully updated so they can be solved single-handedly, but not that much, because if this is one of those games where one person starts in one room and another person starts in the other, which this image feels like that might be the case, then you probably could just have a button that swaps you into the other person's body and then solve it via single playerness. But no, very few people are going to buy 2 copies of this, have 2 computers side by side, pick up a controller with one computer and play for a while, then put it down and control another. And that would be completely impossible to do if you had both players needing to do the same thing at the same time, or different things at the same time. In this case, it's a free companion app, so you don't actually have to own 2 copies. I noticed that. But you still have to have a friend who has the time and willingness to play with you, which very often that is not the case. So yeah, we'll see how well that gets received and that sells. A twin-stick shooter action RPG called Look Mom No Computer has been announced for PC. And this is a different art style from the looks of the thumbnail. Perhaps more of a simplistic art style. Music meets mayhem in a twin-stick shooter action RPG. It seems like there's a lot of references to electronic devices. But yeah, this is another game where I think reviews would help a lot. I could watch the trailer, but reviews in particular would be helpful. Well, this is surprising. I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream is coming to PS4 and 5, Xbox One and Series, and Switch on March 27th. They are using an image here to point out that this is Harlan Ellison's I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. It's based off of his book. It's a point-and-click adventure game. I've covered it on my channel, so that's why it's not being released on PC. Almost certainly this is just being run on something like the ScumVM engine and then being ported to consoles, which there's still not really a way that's great to cheaply take something that runs on PC or the ScumVM engine and then port it to consoles, because you have to pay extra for extra software to be able to make a console version of the game. Being a really old point and click game, all of these consoles, including the Switch, can run this perfectly fine. It is a dark and disturbing game, to say the least. So it's an odd one to be re-released and to go to consoles. It's been on everything, effectively. Originally launched on MS-DOS and macOS in November of 1995. Then Windows in 2013 and OS X and Linux in 2013. And then iOS and Android in 2016. Yeah, I want to look at the console trailer here just to see if it does anything interesting. Well, it looks like the trailer is really just not going to show any actual gameplay. So yeah, it doesn't show any actual gameplay there. So I imagine it almost certainly has to look exactly the same and play the exact same. And it really is a game where you would be better off to have a walkthrough handy. It's got some moon logic. It's pretty difficult. It also has the different twist in that 4 of the 5 characters that you play as get to their ending and still end up dying effectively, or not dying. That there's this crazy machine far in the future that has captured the last 5 remaining humans and is just torturing them, sending them into simulations or alternate timelines or something, teleporting them and then bringing them back. So yeah, it has interesting twists in that you fail a lot in the game, and you also just are being tortured by a computer, and there's just a malevolence there. There's actually quite a few here that apparently I should consider a bundle here for some of these weirder, darker point and click adventures. I probably haven't made a YouTube short around this, so I'll make one. Whereas here, Acropolis came out in 1994 and I've completely overlooked it as a, looks like partial FMV point and click. And then I saw Game Grumps play Bad Mojo, where you're playing as this roach. And yeah, it feels like you definitely would need a walkthrough for this game. And I'm not sure I really would ever want to play as a roach. You're a human that gets teleported into a roach's brain somehow, magically. Yeah, again, gory and bloody. This Redux version might mean that they fixed something so it actually was playable. Moving on, a supernatural detective mystery game called The Sands of Blake Manor has been announced for PC. Which I guess I might be on a little bit of a supernatural detective mystery game kick, playing Kathy Rain in the Blackwell Legacy, and then I'm going to probably play all the other Blackwell games in a row. That being said, I don't think that this is just going to be a point and click. But yeah, we have pretty much just evolved away from people making point and click adventure games for the most part. You occasionally get a remaster of an old game, or you get somebody trying something new, but I just don't think there's been any fresh blood put in point and clicks for decades. I think the fandom is probably too small these days. Even if you were to make like cell phone point and click games, it wouldn't make a lot of sense. A retro style horror game, Phase Zero, has been announced for PC. A demo coming soon. I have 3 more Gematsu articles. Again, has kind of that Alone in the Dark 3D feel, or Resident Evil 1 feel, which, yeah. Creature Keeper for PC launches May 8th. I'm saying again too often, I realize. Often when I'm hadn't even said it the first time. A co-op roguelite dungeon crawler called Nemiza's Verdict has been announced for PC. Looks like monsters of some sort. Getting a lot of horror and grotesque imagery in games, which is fairly common in video games, but it's not like we're anywhere close to October and Halloween. Not that the amount of horror and grotesque games even bumps up on average around Halloween. I guess we are in that weird point where Easter is the only real holiday near us, and they're never going to release an Easter video game, so the next big holiday probably is Halloween, of a very short list of big holidays. Halloween, Black Friday, Thanksgiving because of Black Friday more than even because of Thanksgiving, and then Christmas because of sales, again, more than for any Christian reasons. And then past that short list, the big holidays around gamers are just like spring sales, fall sales, winter sales, and Mario Day, maybe Pi Day, but probably not. May the 4th for Star Wars sales. And that's pretty much it. Moving on, Ephemeral, I assume that's how you pronounce that, launches May 8th. Let's see what that looks like. You get swords and guns and just a little bit of everything, it looks like. We'll make a YouTube short on that, and then that's going to bring us to Gaming on Linux. The Good Old Games Spring Sale is live with a lot of discounts. Here they've highlighted on Gaming on Linux several games that I imagine also run on Linux, if not the Steam Deck. A unique platformer called Ruffy in the Riverside with a copy and paste mechanic releases June 26th. We already covered that. The Perfect Max 24 is a gorgeous addition to any desk. What is it? It says desk, not desktop. It's a portable monitor. Okay. So it seems like at this point we're getting just affiliate link type ads on Gaming on Linux. It does feel like Gaming on Linux in particular is evolving its website and evolving how the one guy running it is going to make it a business and keep it going. 24-inch monitor in comparison to 7-inch monitor on the Steam Deck does show bigger resolution, but I can't help but feel like this is pretty much a middle ground type of hardware when you could jump up to a minimum of 32 inches on a computer monitor or TV. TV, that's what they call them. Plus you could certainly jump up to 70, 80, 100 inches, 4K, 8K type TVs if you wanted to. Yeah. And features versus how you actually feel a monitor works are sometimes very disconnected. A lot of these 24-inch monitors get rebranded and resold as far as what the actual screen is and what the actual hardware is, and some can be very hit and miss if you're just buying a random small monitor on Amazon or something. A must-have native Linux games under 15 pounds during this Steam Spring Sale list is here. I think we had already looked at this article, and so that means if we have looked at this article and we haven't looked at any of the other articles, that they still are moving the articles around in random order amongst the first page. I assume it's amongst the first page and that they aren't putting some articles on the second page. That'd be kind of crazy. And if that's not the case, and we've seen this article and we've seen all the other articles, we'll be done with Gaming on Linux very quickly. Yep. See, Fedora Linux 42 beta and Fedora Asahi Remix 42 beta has been released. I also heard that somebody working, I think, on the Asahi project, perhaps not Fedora Asahi, but just Asahi in general, has left the internet and left the Asahi project, stating concerns for safety. Seems like something's going up as far as a controversy in Kiwi Farms trying to doxer. I don't know what the whole story there is, nor do I really want to probably bother to waste my time to find out. Fedora is not really a Linux that I would recommend playing around with, though. I really am down to maybe you would use a Debian-based Linux. The newest version of GNOME was just released as far as a desktop management suite, but more than likely you're either going to be SteamOS or Bazite at this point. I can't recommend anything else for gaming, at least. There's probably a couple other versions of Linux that might make sense if you were trying to do something else. The GNU image manipulation tool called GIMP has released version 3.0 after 27 years of being at version 2.0 with some pretty exciting improvements as a Photoshop alternative as far as Linux software goes. The PAL World crossplay has arrived with all new cosmetic system and PAL transfers between worlds. Let's see. CKB next adds support for 2 more Corsair devices on Linux and fixes a major bug for multiple others. I think we covered that. The Steam Beta improves download speed of client updates on Linux and Steam Deck, as well as other fixes. So the major beta update that we talked about, the beginnings of SteamOS on other handhelds, has already come and gone, and we have now yet another beta update from the looks of it. But yeah, they are getting fairly consistent updates as far as SteamOS goes. This may be a Steam beta though. This may not actually have to do with SteamOS, so I also need to be careful to know whether it is a Steam client update versus a SteamOS or a Steam Deck update. World of Goo is coming to Steam very soon with the store page up now. NVIDIA 570.133.07 driver has been released for Linux with bug fixes. War Thunder Major Hornet Sting updates adds ray tracing for AMD and Intel GPUs. Is that reasonable enough to make a YouTube short around it? Give that a try. That's not the kind of game I usually make YouTube shorts around, so might be a nice little experiment. The Half-Life RTX demo, Half-Life 2 RTX demo is launched on Steam. Yeah. So I guess you can now play with it. Stardew Valley modding on Linux and Steam Deck takes a step with the Nexus Mods app. Interesting. Nexus Mods having its own separate app. Discord wants developers to stick it inside their games with a new SDK. Man, is that late. Certainly. Yeah, Discord as a concept really should have had an API to integrate it into games. And yeah, I just don't know if this is too little too late, or if this might be a shot of adrenaline to Discord, which they could benefit from, certainly considering how Skype has been taken down. And I definitely saw at least one podcaster struggling to stream with a friend using Google Meetup or Google Hangouts or whatever, since Skype is down. Which I'm not sure why he really is going with Google in that case instead of just using Discord. But maybe Discord doesn't have camera functionality. Let's see. Surprisingly, Valve rated GTA 5 Enhanced and Rainbow Six Siege as Steam Deck playable. And then there's an update here. Putting them both back to unsupported. Anti-cheat is not configured to support the Steam Deck. No reply from Valve Press yet. Likely as they're at GDC. Okay, so either somebody really screwed up there, or they were being really hopeful to convince these two games to actually drop their anti-cheat and actually let the games run. Wouldn't be surprised if there is special versions that Valve has of those games that don't include anti-cheat that actually run perfectly fine on the Steam Deck. Yeah. But yeah, I imagine whether that is it's one or the other possibilities. The story is going to be the same either way, and that it was just a mistake. Let's see. They also have a must-have Steam Deck games under $10 for the spring sale. So he made 2 listings. Binding of Isaac Rebirth, still very recommended. Portal, very recommended. Portal 2. Vampire Survivors, didn't buy that one. Hades, didn't buy that one. I don't know if I really would want to play Slay of the Spider, but probably should. Probably don't want to re-buy Control Ultimate Edition, since I don't really want to play that game. Not sure if I have What to Golf. And let's see if I have that. I do have Mad Max. I've never been able to find a great time to play Mad Max though. Probably should get Crisis Remastered series. I do have most of these games though, and this really is a just great collection of really old games that everybody should play, but it is also kind of hard to sell people on games that are fairly old. And they're saying under £10, but when you actually look at it in US dollars, that's not $10. I do have What to Golf on my wish list at $6.79 though. That's still a tough sell for me. Here's the story I was talking about before. The GIMP version 3.0 is finally out. And they did have a slight debate about changing the name, but I think they resolved to not do it. There is a short list here of things, but I heard a much longer list as far as what's been updated. Just improvements, better scaling. One of the things is if you're painting and you make a certain resolution canvas, if you start painting towards the edge, you can have it just automatically make the resolution bigger, so you don't have to start with a huge resolution canvas and then crop it later. Almost all the filters I think now are non-destructive, whereas previously you might apply a filter and you wouldn't have a way of undoing it. Now filters can be undone is what I assume that means. And yeah, that's about it. That's about it that I remember. There's a lot more I know. There's an argument to be made too that Photoshop doesn't really deserve as much praise as it does, as far as we call these Photoshop alternates, but really, like Apple Paint and MS Paint introduced almost all of what the beginnings of these interfaces were, as far as the icons and where the icons would be in the screen, and just how painting and photo and image manipulation would be done. And certainly now the only way you can get Photoshop is if you pay a subscription and continue to pay a subscription, and Photoshop is mostly only offering you kind of garbage amounts of AI features. And even in the old days when Photoshop was much better offering, you still often were, if you were in a professional setting, paying for extra plugins from third-party plugin developers to get what you really wanted to happen as far as filters. Usually you were paying for filters. Steam Deck SteamOS 3.7.1 preview fixes some sound issues. So yeah, the SteamOS update also has moved on. Very few fixes here. It's a very quick update. And I imagine we'll get several quick updates and very possibly just a long string of small updates to work towards either a 3.8 or possibly skip all the way to a 4.0. I think they're going to definitely drag their feet and not call an update 4.0 until it has an installer and can be installed on something other than the Steam Deck. To the point where we might have a 3.9, a 3.10, a 3.11 as far as the minor number. Yeah, this is the major number, minor number, patch number format. So if they aren't going to have major, like, potentially breaking changes happen, they won't go to a 4.0, I suspect. And then this continuing article that just keeps on going, part 47, building a retro Linux gaming computer. Yeah, I'm not really following along or reading this series. Seems like it's asking way too much for anybody to read 47 pages of this approaching the manifesto novel. Atomfall from Rebellion is Steam Deck verified ahead of its release. Okay, interesting. Again, I have to remind myself that anytime I open a new Steam article, I am probably closing that same tab somewhere else. So once I open it new, I have to consider it as whether or not I'm going to make a YouTube short around it or not. Right, and then that's going to bring us to GameDeveloper.com, which we can hopefully burn through this. Let's see. This is actually something we've already covered. There's a report that Assassin's Creed maker Ubisoft could create new IP to court major investors, which is really just a rumor, which means all of these other stories are things we talked about in the last stream, and as such I don't have much to say here. Unity claiming 79% of developers are feeling positive about generative AI. I don't think the developers are. I think the companies that the developers are working for are feeling positive. It's very easy to manipulate surveys, though, to get whatever response you want. Yeah. Yeah, and I think people are still playing Marvel Rivals quite a bit, but there's not too many articles or new things to be said about Marvel Rivals. It does feel like it is just going to be something that's around. Here is an article around just the technical magic behind making Doctor Strange's portals in Marvel Rivals, which I would assume the portals just create a second instance of the world. That can be certainly very demanding. And then here we have pondering the depths and delights of plunder ludics in Tapicaria. Those are two words I don't recognize. And then we have a screenshot of what looks like Mario 64 and Spyro the Dragon being overlaid. So yeah, this is a, I think, article that really is maybe a promotion of some game. Tapicaria is an exploration of the possibility in virtual space, doing so through using the cut and sampled segments of PSX and Nintendo 64 games. So it looks like it's a art exhibit of some sort at the Independent Game Festival, if you can really respect it enough to think of it as art deserving to be displayed. Which, from the 2 screenshots I'm just seeing overlaying of images, and that seems to be basically it. Certainly doesn't really feel like this is video game relevant, other than they're sampling video games. So I'm going to leave it at that, and that's going to bring me to all the new games on Steam, which let's see if we can burn through all the new games on Steam as fast as possible. Yeah. Here we have Real Anime Situation DT. I opened up all these tabs manually once again, so what I ended up doing after that is just going through the games and looking to see if it felt like I'd seen them before. There still is a issue where waking up so late and streaming goes deep into the night, and certainly leads me to just stay up all night, or maybe try and fall asleep and then wake up earlier the next day. It kind of feels like when I'm streaming on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I should just have a completely different sleep schedule, and yeah, that is asking a lot. Here we have another visual novel. At this point, I just don't think I'm gonna bother to follow visual novels unless they look particularly interesting, or if they and I don't think even then I would probably make a YouTube short around them, unless it's a name I really recognize, like a new Steins Gate game. Obviously make a YouTube short around that, but if it is just generic visual novel, I'm probably not going to bother with it. My Sims Kingdom. I think these are older games. That would be one of the rare occasions where releasing 2 games on the same day makes a little bit of sense. But even in that case, it probably would make more sense to have a buffer. Here's an interesting Backrooms game that has actual characters in it. Are we starting to hit a point where there's a evolution of the internet meme SCP of the Backrooms? See, weirdly, I would just usually dismiss a Backrooms game, but there's actually something that looks like a game here. And that is weird. Yeah. I definitely haven't gone through all this. I must have dragged my cursor upward too much. Yeah, I've got dozens and dozens of things. I think. Okay, yeah, that's where I was. So, yeah, it's still a little bit more to do. That would have been awkwardly abrupt. That was really all the games that came out, and I'd have to assume that I just didn't open up all the tabs in that case. Yeah. It definitely feels like while you're going through all these games, or while I'm going through all these games, it just feels like I'm desperately seeking something without really knowing what that something is. As far as the dream game or the perfect video game, something that undoubtedly doesn't really exist. But, you know, never-ending AI storybook. Yeah, I don't think I'd promote AI. Newton coin. Interesting idea. Make yet another clicker garbage game, but this time tie in coin collecting, which I don't know if there's any overlap at all between coin collectors and gamers. I'm sure there are some gamers that collect coins and coin collectors that game, but I don't know if there's really any connection. They could be more than that. And if anything, I would guess coin collectors probably have more of a slow-paced, laid-back existence that the faster-paced action video games would not really mesh well with. I seriously doubt I would be able to just have a completely different sleep schedule for different days. It would just be hiding the fact that I wouldn't actually be following any real schedule, and I would just be waking up at random and sleeping at random. Yeah. Death and Ladders. It looks like it's a Chutes and Ladders parody, but honestly, I guess there aren't too many Chutes and Ladders games. Maybe you could do it with Tabletop Simulator. Chutes and Ladders is a pretty awful game, but putting this new twist on it might change the rules a little bit to maybe make it better of an experience. St. Patrick's Day happened, and you can see all of one hidden game came out connecting to St. Patrick's Day. It's pretty much exclusively a drinking holiday, so it's no surprise that there aren't video games around it. If you were to make a video game around St. Patrick's Day, it would probably just be an insult to Irish people and a bunch of drunken Irish people running around. And there already are a few games where you run around drunk and have bar brawls and things like that. Okay, well, now it feels like we've gone through everything, so that's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe,